super duper live, everybody, unless you're seeing this on a VOD, which is more likely because nobody's here yet because I just started streaming. Let's see, nobody's here. Sounds great. Okay, it's Monday morning. I haven't streamed in like a month and a half or something. Just haven't felt like it. And I don't know what this one's going to be. I've got one of Nisa's most recent videos here, my good friend Nisa Wild. She does all the artwork for the Slime Dolls channel, and she's been doing her own drawing and talking videos, speed paint type videos.
Many of us mourn the idea of who we used to be. I used to be happier. I used to be stronger. I wasn't so sensitive. I wasn't so weak. From time to time, I think about the me from a few years ago, sometimes even a decade ago. I think about all the hard things I went through and how it didn't seem to have any effect on me. I was aloof, I was very distant, and I definitely equated that with emotional strength. No one could really hurt me because I don't really need people, you know? Like, I'm an island and I don't need anyone else.
Hello, Common Writer Fan 322.
A really funny thing happened.
XXVM.
I let people into my space just by chance, and it altered everything I thought I knew. I started to trust others and rely on them, and it really brightened up my world. But life does what it does, and people leave for one reason or another. And as that began to happen, my life went from colorful blue skies to dark gray clouds. I genuinely thought and felt that I wasn't going to make it. Like, what was even the purpose of making connections anymore? Or doing this whole life thing? When people leave, whether someone goes to or ends a relationship or dies, they always take a part of you with them. Sometimes it might be relief, other times it's painful. When it hurts, some might want you to get over it after a while. Not because they're callous, but they're also feeling the pain of you being less than what you were. Some people just don't have the strength to see others go through trials and tribulations. It's human, I think. With the dwindling of resources and the value of money dropping and poverty on the rise, do we even have time to grieve over a friend not picking up our call? I'm sure we can all think of someone who lost a friend or a family member and decided that a few days later they would go back to work or school. There's money to be made and dreams to be fulfilled. Personally, I know I've always kept things pushing. I have goals and things I want to accomplish. I love burying myself into busy work. But in the back of my mind, I was always wondering, would this pain that I'm hiding never even exist if I was colder and more distant in general? With loss comes change. There's a finality to endings that carve out pieces of you. And trying to fast forward the process of grieving will only make it worse. It's just something you cannot do, no matter how hard you try to push it away. And everybody's pushing away looks different, but you know when you're doing it. Maybe you pick up extra shifts at work. Maybe you speak to your friends a little less. Maybe you eat a little bit more. If you're me, you do all three. I also wonder, would being cold or distant make the process easier? Like going through it. What could I do to get back to myself, the person that I knew before that other person left? If I was the me
Is my video working all right for y'all? Because here in my YouTube background, it's like, error. You need to change the video resolution. The current resolution is wrong and it's not supported. But I don't know that it's doing anything on your end. So
from a decade ago, would this loss be any easier on me? Honestly, I think I would have just handled it a lot worse, just because Mayday. I know my aloofness was a cover for how insecure and scared I was. The events of life have a way of bringing out everything that you're trying to hide, even the things you try to hide from yourself.
How's this go?
Reality is, I changed when I lost people, and sometimes not for the better.
Bring the video down a bit, bring myself up a bit more.
When I'm in emotional pain,
Testing.
I tend to be standoffish and bitter at everyone.
How's that, airy
and everything. I didn't want to speak or care about anyone in any real way ever again after those losses, especially. I always say, the world, don't let the world change you. Don't let it make you become bitter or scared or distant. But sometimes that just happens. Instead of becoming resilient, you become hardened. But wait, not like that.
Pause.
Eventually, if you let it, time heals most wounds. And the days when you felt like you can live without that person, they just seem to be
What
regular.
I'm watching is a recent Nisa Wild real-time drawing and voiceover video about loss equals change. My good friend Nisa. I hadn't seen this one yet, so.
It might take months, years, but it happens. Eventually, you reach the other side. And only you know if you're ready to let people back in. November 9th will be the anniversary of me and my partner losing our dog, who was originally my family dog, but I took in when I moved out.
Pets are fucked up, man. Like, you get this thing, you get all emotionally attached to it, and it's like 10, 20 years at most that you're gonna know this thing. And you keep doing it anyway. You just keep the cycle going. Every 10 years you got something new to grieve about. But you just got to keep getting new pets. Maybe less than 10 years. Depends on, your pets, I guess.
And I thought after, when I came home, we came home without her, I thought, I'm never doing this again. Like, we had our other dog, but we thought, we said out loud to each other, like, we're not doing this. We're not getting any more pets because the loss.
Yeah, good luck with that. As soon as you realize you're, bored or need another pet. I never really had I never had a pet that was around for long growing up. Like, my family tried different pets, but we never kept one for very long, except for Kilala, who died at like 21 or something like that years old. And that was pretty crushing, even though I had personally never been as close to Kilala as like my brothers or anything, but just the fact that, she'd been alive for so fucking long through like, a bunch of houses, a bunch of different, times in my life. So it was like, this is one of the few things that had been around for a really long time. And then she was gone, and it was definitely pretty heartbreaking, but not nearly as bad as it's going to be because my brother Shade has two cats, Behemoth and Banshee, and Behemoth is the best cat I've ever known. Like, he hangs out with me and Bird every single day. You know, I see this cat for probably hours out of every day. He's got AIDS. He has feline FIV. He has feline immunodeficiency syndrome or whatever. What does the V stand for? FIV, feline. I don't remember. Yeah, so you know he's not gonna be around forever. He's also asthmatic. You know, recently he had like some kind of lump on his leg that was making it hard to walk, and it turned out to be nothing. But even just getting that checked out was like $700 or something. So that's the other thing about pets; they're expensive. You know, and there's not like health insurance. Well, maybe there is pet insurance, but not like the same way there is for people, you know? It's like you got to be ready to, like, you have to get this pet expecting that you are probably going to fuck up your whole financial situation trying to take care of it because you love it. You don't want to see it go through all this. But
it's just too much. And our other dog was very lonely and sad without her friend, so we decided to take in actually her brother, and I don't regret it for a second. Though I was very sad and hesitant to take in another pet, I wouldn't trade him for the world. I think once you get that feeling of
but there's too many good animals out there. Being with Bird, he's a big time animal lover, so anyone he meets that has a pet, he's gonna befriend that pet. He's gonna right away be like, oh shit, you got a dog? This dog and I are now the best of friends, you know? And so it does open you up for even more loss to have more animal friends, but you get not only do you get more used to it, but you get more used to the expectation that there will be more. You will always be able to make more friends, sort of what sits with me in this video, that idea of like losing someone from your life or losing like something that's been in your life, inevitably changes you, changes the way that your whole life is. And that's true. I feel like I'm used to those changes just constantly happening. Like I've lived a life where the types of people that are around me are always changing. The interactions I'm having are always changing. Like the people that I've communicated with the most this year are mostly people I did not know before this year. I didn't know Nisa. I didn't know Krona. I didn't know Mayday in chat. Like some of y'all are the people I've spent the most time like thinking about being around, communicating with this year, and I didn't know any of you before that. And as for people I did know before that, there's very few of them I have kept up with. Even a few I've like either lost contact with or deliberately stopped talking to, within the last year. So yeah, like that sense of things are going to come and go and I'm going to change because of it, and I have to be ready for that change. That is like baseline for me, is to an extent where I feel like sometimes it's hard for me to keep, like when nothing has changed, it's hard for me to like just keep doing the same thing because I'm expecting change. Like it's hard for me to pretend that the situation I'm in is supposed to keep going the way it is, because there's this sense of the future is always disappearing, like it's always becoming something different. So to expect it to be anything like yesterday always feels weird. Like if I wake up and the plan is to just do what the plan was yesterday, that's a weird feeling, because I'm like, well, why would the world be the same as what I thought it was going to be yesterday? It just doesn't seem right. Hey, Lapucia. Hey, Arian Psycho, 1158. What's going on? Nothing much, really. Just kind of woke up, started streaming, and we've been watching this Nisa video about loss equals change.
I want to try again.
Hey, Gary,
I want to fall in love
Idiot
again.
Bomb, I guess you're called now? Or was that always your... I know you were called that somewhere else. I don't remember that being your YouTube handle.
I want to give a family member a chance again. I want to put myself out there and make new friends. Once you get that feeling, I think it's the right thing to do. For you. It's the right thing to do for you.
Airy Rude Boy said, you heard about the anime tourists topic. Would be an interesting rant to give your thoughts in a video. I don't know if I did hear about the anime tourists topic. I'm not sure what you mean, because there's multiple things I could think of that anime tourists could mean, so...
You deserve happiness. You deserve love and connection. And yes, that does come with loss and the unknown. It comes with one day wondering, who am I? Did I even know who I was? Was I... If I lost myself this quickly and this easily, was everything I knew about myself true? Did everything I know about everything else, was that true? But why deny someone your brilliance? Why shut yourself in the dark? In my video about social withdrawal, or rather just withdrawing from people, I did talk about how I think it's a good idea to distance yourself from people, as long as you're not spiraling. And I definitely still stand by that. The loss can make you depressed. It can make you regret things.
Airy Rude Boy is saying it was a pretty big topic on anime YouTube a few weeks ago. I didn't see this at all, so I'm curious what anime YouTube is from your perspective overall. Because I know there's lots of anime YouTubers I'm not watching and probably don't know about. But I don't know who they are, I don't know about them, so I don't know what I don't know. Isabel's here. OMG, hi, I missed these. Did me uploading again. Reset the balance. It could be. It could very well be. No, mostly I just, really need $35 right now. And I'm hoping I can make that inside of a couple hours by live streaming. If not, then it is what it is. By need, I mean really want $35 right now. But need is a strong word. But, if I don't make that money, I'll still be here having a good time. Otherwise, I wasn't going to do fucking anything this morning. Except work on the next Turn A Gundam video, which I'm going to do anyways, later in the afternoon, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Darius Jonah said, my username flips between Lace and Darius Jonah a lot, YouTube being YouTube. That is super strange. Yeah, okay. So it's your avatar, because it's Lace Agar's avatar, but it's listing you as Darius Jonah, and it's listing Gary as Idiot Bomb. How strange. It's now saying I'm not live? Am I down? No, now it says I'm live again. All right. The stream is being super weird, I think because my resolution is set weird, and it keeps telling me that it's an unacceptable resolution or that's not supported, but it's still playing. So I don't know what it means by that. Thank you for the $2, Idiot Bomb. It's happened twice now. Okay, that explains it. So I did remember a time where you were Idiot Bomb, but it's so strange. Lapusha, you're making a Turn A Gundam video? Oh, Lapusha, you must not have seen that I've started up a whole Turn A Gundam series. Let's get that over here. This stream's not being interrupted for you guys, right? Like on my end, it is telling me that it's being interrupted, but I'm not seeing anybody saying anything to that effect. So, what used to be called the We Watch Anime channel is now called Nova's Anime Blog because my personality Nova took it over. Because she's the only one who cares about anime. She also unlisted a lot of the videos so that all that's left is like the super good ones. But yeah, we're doing episode by episode analysis of Turn A Gundam because I spent a lot of time searching my feelings about what is a Lapusha. Oh no, not a series. Can't you just make a standalone video about it? Why? Wait, hold on. Can we unpack that? Why is it bad that it's a series and you just want a standalone video? Because if the standalone video was doing the same thing as the series is doing, it would be like 50 hours long. How quaint for a personality named Nova to reboot a channel. Is that a... I don't know what you're referencing there. Nova. I don't know a lot of Novas either from media. I thought Nova was like a more commonly used like fiction name than it actually is when I started looking into it. Because series never get finished. Yeah, but if I made one individual video, it would it would already be done. Like, what would be the... I'm sorry, the way other people think about content never makes sense to me. Like, okay, so imagine there was one video about Turn A Gundam. What's this video about? I have no idea. But let's assume that I cut it down to, like, just make the fewest possible points the fastest. You know, like, we're trying to be really, like, robust but tight. Like, you know... This would involve watching a 52 episode anime, probably having to watch it again to actually process what I saw, you know, finding every point that could be made about it, whittling that down cohesively into what would probably have to be like an hours long video anyways, right? And then no one would watch that video because nobody cares about Turn A Gundam. And it has no, like, culture of discussion on the internet, and, like, and then I would die. I would just die of sadness that I spent all that time on something that was getting no, you know. What we can do instead is, over the course of an entire year, slowly get people into Turn A Gundam. Like, slowly make people fans of it and create, like a new community around it. Gary says, I think it was probably mostly a joke. Yeah, but every joke is true. Like, nobody just says things that don't mean anything. Like, it's true that I don't finish a lot of series, and it's true that Lapusha likes things that are done. I don't, though. I don't like that. I don't like the way people think about art and the way people think about creativity, so I want to change it. Like, I don't want this to be something you think is a funny joke. I want you to think of art differently, you know? So a fight's broken out between us now. And we have to keep tumbling. We have to keep this little jujitsu going until somebody is victorious. Because I have to change this. I don't understand why people think art can be complete. What the fuck is a complete piece of art? What are you talking about? That's just not a thing. It's not real. It's like people just... It's more like people just let things go. It's never done. You just let it go at some point. You're like, all right, I don't want to deal. I'm tired of this train of thought at some point, you know? But is it over? Not if somebody thinks about it again. Like, then the story has been continued. I don't know. It's strange. I feel like there's a fetishization of things that are done culturally that I really dislike because nothing is done. Like, it's kind of like it's easier to love the dead, you know? Like, it's easier after someone's dead, you can just think about all the good things they did, and you don't have to deal with the negative the negativity of their existence because it's not being afflicted onto you in the moment. You know, like, you might remember it. Some people remember it more than others. But a lot of people, like, someone dies and now everything they did was great, you know? And I feel like with something being complete, people feel like they're allowed to have closure in their feelings about it. Of like, if you haven't seen the last episode, have you really seen the show? You know, can you really have an opinion of something you haven't finished? And it's like, yeah, but it's not special that it's finished. It's not like, I don't know. To me, it doesn't add something that it's done versus that it's not done. It adds something if you watch that last episode, in the sense that you learned more of the story and therefore you have a different understanding of it. But I don't think that counts as it's over now. Like, that author could always just start it up again. How long was it between fucking the 2 volumes of fuck, what's that fucking book called? Harper Lee. I keep wanting to say The Catcher in the Rye, and that's not the name of the To Kill a Mockingbird. There was like a 70-year gap between To Kill a Mockingbird, To Kill a Mockingbird 2, like, and people are going to be like, well, you know, it was over. It just came back. No, it wasn't over. You know, it wasn't over. You just thought it was over. But it wasn't over. There was more to be said. Idiot Bomb with $5 says, a long hiatus is from stream. My fault. Twice now they've happened right after I prepaid for a reaction. Coincidence? Yes. Yes. It is a coincidence. But we do got to watch that thing you prepaid for, which I believe was... Yes, To Kill a Mockingbird has a fucking sequel written like... Hold on. Written in like 2013 or something like that. But by the original author. 1960. I thought it was even older than that, to be honest. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, an earlier draft set at a later date. Oh, was published as a sequel. Wait, what? An earlier draft of To Kill a Mockingbird set at a later date was published as a sequel? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, whatever. Publishing is a weird world. Yeah, I'm not surprised everyone hated it if it's not even really a sequel, but like a pre-version that God, doesn't make any sense. Isabel said there are too many shows that grab you in the first 10 minutes to waste your time on shows that don't. I think that's true, kind of, but you will get to a point where you've exhausted like a lot of them. I think it's worth it only if you know somebody who already is into that thing. Like, if your best friend like won't shut the fuck up about One Piece ever, and like you think that One Piece is like okay at first, you know, like you're not into it at first, I could see, you know, getting further into One Piece to talk about it with your friend. You know, being like once you cross the Grand Line, it definitely does get better. So it's like 100 chapters of One Piece before it gets like really interesting. And I think if you hate One Piece before the Grand Line, you're not going to suddenly love it as soon as you get there. But I think if you're like, it's okay, you know, and then you get to a point where it starts getting kind of hype and you get used to the characters and everything, and you have a friend to talk about it with, like a friend who's going to get you through that early shit, a friend who's going to be like hyping you up through that early shit, you know. Isabel Incorporated with $9 says, watch the Urotsuki Doji video by me. We can do that. Okay, this is rapidly turning into a request stream, and I have to ask, if you're going to send requests, please Cash App or Venmo the requests, because I need money today, not in a month and a half. I mean, I will need money in a month and a half, so it's still appreciated, of course. When people send super chats, it's just I won't see that super chat money till the 22nd of next month. All right, so we're gonna watch the first episode of the Homestuck cartoon, because Gary always already prepaid for that, and we're gonna watch Isabel's Urotsuki Doji video. but I have to pee. Don V. Hermit said, always struggled to get into Gundam, but I've been watching along with the Turn A videos, and it's helping me get into it. Really helps to unpack what I just watched. Oh, yeah. That Turn A is, Turn A is actually difficult. Every episode I've covered, I've had to, I've gone back through the scenes as I'm making the effort of, just describing. I've been writing out, extremely detailed descriptions of what is happening in the show. And if I wasn't doing that, I think it would be hard for me to follow. Is Turn A slowly paced? No. It is the fastest paced show imaginable. It's literally so fast that I can't tell what's going on without going back and rewatching it. Because there's shit happening in the background all the time. That you're not, basically there, in the way that, with most anime, something might be happening in the background so that the scene just feels a little bit more alive. That's happening in Turn A, but that stuff that's happening also kind of tells you more about the plot and might, help you to clue in on where things are going. And it's very much a show that rewards paying as much attention as humanly possible. And oftentimes characters are kind of doing one thing and saying another. So there's a lot of that, you have to pay attention to both, what's happening visually and what's happening on an audio level could be communicating two different things. Characters are lying a lot of the time, so you have to kind of keep track of people's lies and that kind of shit. So yeah, it's complicated. It's definitely a type of show that lends itself well to that type of analysis, which is why I chose it. I'm going to take a piss. I'm going to throw on the Urotsuki Doji video, and I'll start commenting on it when I get back. So I want to let y'all, acclimate yourselves. Nope. I don't know why I thought typing in Isabel's into my search would make that come up. Here we go. It's right here.
Most state.
Nope. I didn't want to skip into it. God damn it.
Urotsuki Doji, Legend of the
Right
Overfiend, is one of the most fascinating and important stories in anime history. And no, I do not mean the literal story of the film, because the story of Urotsuki Doji is not by any stretch of the imagination the story of Urotsuki Doji. Watching the film without any prior context of its creation or its impact on anime history, you will either be immediately drawn to just how unfathomably hard it goes in every conceivable aspect of its existence, or you will be deeply scared and confused and will most likely end up shutting it off before you even get anywhere close to the real crazy shit. Either way, it's certainly clear, even without any context, that Urotsuki Doji is a film explicitly designed to elicit very strong emotions from the audience one way or another. But none of that is due to the actual plot and characters of the film. What it is due to is a highly copious amount of content which I cannot show on YouTube whilst avoiding my channel getting nuked off the face of the planet. But no matter what reaction this film gives you, I'm certain at some point this question will pop into your head. How? How was this made? How was this allowed to happen? Well, the answer is just as significant and fascinating as you may think, but first we have to look behind the McDonald's and travel even further back in time from the film's 1989 release date. By 1986, KK Bestseller's manga Erotopia was already one of, if not the most acclaimed and influential erotic manga magazines in all of Japan. That year, one of the publication's most significant writers, 33-year-old Toshio Maeda, released Chapter 1 of Urotsuki Doji. While relative to the following adaptations, the Urotsuki Doji manga comes off as almost tame by comparison, its gross, gritty, and strangely grounded art style make the whole thing feel pretty damn intense despite its somewhat playful and comedic tone. And it is not at all hard to understand why it immediately became the publication's biggest series ever by a landslide. Work on a 3-episode anime adaptation began almost immediately with episode 1 of the Choji.
Yeah, Urotsuki Doji. I'm gonna give you just a little bit of history from my perspective on this, because there is one thing that you didn't mention in this video. I've already seen it, but there's one thing you didn't mention that's important, and it's the words manga entertainment. And you'll notice I said manga and not manga, because when you put on a manga entertainment DVD and it's got their little 30 seconds of clips from different movies that they own, then at one point the big rock dude from Ninja Scroll, the guy who dies towards the start, the evil rapey rock man with his big giant sword, he's stowing the sword and he goes, manga! And that was how I understood that word, because I heard that before I ever heard of manga. Before I ever heard of a Japanese comic book, I heard Big Stone Man going, manga! Right before Manga Entertainment comes on screen. Manga Entertainment is, I think they're still around, a UK distribution company that had all the big 90s movies. Like, the reason so many people know 90s anime for Ghost in the Shell, Ninja Scroll, Akira, and End of Evangelion, and Urotsuki Doji, all of these were distributed by Manga Entertainment in the early mid-90s. They were easy to come by. It was just the biggest, the most widely distributed anime, dubs, and I think probably most people saw these dubbed because they would have been on. Back then, you got 2 different VHS tapes. You would have the subtitled and the dubbed, but you had to buy those separately before DVDs. I sent this video to my classmate, and they said, "Why do you talk like anime is a Japanese colloquialism?" Oh boy, that's gonna be the fucking thing I'm best known for 100 years from now, is just that statement. That anime is a Japanese colloquialism. That was really funny that you used that as the censor throughout this whole video. I don't know if we got that far yet.
Densetsu Urotsuki Doji OVA releasing just over a month after the manga had started running. Episodes 2 and 3 released over the following couple years, and in 1989, the 3 episodes were upscaled and given a worldwide theatrical release. I'll be focusing on the film in this video because I just think it's all around vastly superior. While I appreciate how dirty and gritty the OVA looks as compared to the much cleaner looking theatrical release, there's no getting around the fact that the film just looks way better. Also, the film's breakneck pace is one of my favorite things about it, and that's obviously taken away when you add 90 minutes of extraneous material that mostly just extends individual scenes. But I digress. The Urotsuki Doji anime is really only an adaptation of the manga in terms of its concept and characters? In execution, they
Lapusha asked, do I have to watch any other Gundam before Turn A? No. Turn A Gundam you can watch totally. It is set 20,000 years in the future of the previous Gundam shows. So it is canonically in the same timeline as a lot of Gundam, but it's set 20,000 years later. So it has no real connection to the plot of previous Gundam shows.
They might as well be 2 completely separate works. While the manga was certainly very explicit, the film dials it up to such an extreme degree that it's not hard to see why so many people classify it as pornography, though plenty of live-action French films have just as much graphic content.
Yeah, I saw you threw in a laughing man there, too. I appreciate that. And that was my classic censor choice. Because the fact that it moves makes it more visually
and are not considered as such, but that's neither here nor there. The film was so graphic that it was banned in the UK and Austria for several years, and it remains banned to this day in Malaysia.
Yeah, I think being banned in the UK also probably did a lot to make this movie even more popular,
All of this controversy predictably made the film significantly more successful, with it being anime's second massive hit with American adults after Akira. The whole concept of anime being weird tentacle stuff for gooners essentially entirely stems from this film. However, while all of this is very cool,
that and La Blue Girl, because La Blue Girl was a pretty big hentai OVA from the late 90s that was heavily tentacle focused. And I think it might even be from the same original artist as Urotsuki Doji. I think the same manga author or something. I'm not sure about that. Don't quote me on that. I think it might be. But La Blue Girl was also a big deal.
It doesn't necessarily make the movie good. There have been plenty of transgressive and boundary-pushing pieces of art, especially in anime, that in retrospect just read as hollow, annoying, and overly edgy. Fortunately, Urotsuki Doji also just so happens to be a legitimate masterpiece in my opinion. If it isn't already readily apparent, when I call this film a masterpiece, I'm not saying it's serial.
Very Rude Boy said, I wonder if this anime on YouTube, people be uploading full old anime OVA on here. I mean, it definitely should be blocked from YouTube if it is. It's quite explicit.
Explain. If you aren't immediately grabbed by what you're seeing on screen right now, there really is nothing here for you. But if this is your aesthetic, this is your aesthetic, and oh boy is it ever my aesthetic. It's difficult for me to even articulate how much I adore the style of this.
Another one, what's it called? Wicked City. Wicked City, which is, same director as Ninja Scroll, Yoshiaki Kawajiri. And Wicked City looks more like Urotsuki Doji, but is just, in my opinion, not as good. Like, it has its own... I think the character design is probably stronger, and it has, like, a very thick, like, 80s wave... What's the word I'm looking for? That aesthetic that everyone loves from the 80s. The Far Cry Blood Dragon aesthetic. Wicked City feels like that, but it's more like unfun and uncomfortable to me. Like the racy content feels more what's the word I want? I don't know. It just is not as funny. It's not as fun or funny or like kind of cutesy as Urotsuki Doji is, in my opinion.
This film. Every shot is its own kaleidoscopic odyssey.
Used a clip of Wicked City earlier when talking about shows that were also very boundary pushing, except way more boring. Yeah, that's a great point. I probably literally just thought it was more Urotsuki Doji footage because it still has that like super blued out aesthetic a lot of the time.
Intricate and tactile, yet colossal and impossible to fully grasp. It's genuinely difficult to provide any sort of accurate visual analysis without literally going shot by shot and analyzing the unfathomable beauty of each individual scene. The film is constantly throwing totally unexpected imagery at you left and right without ever inducing.
It's like the last Fantasia scene, except for like 90 minutes and made by even more insane of people.
Any sense of tonal or aesthetic whiplash. It's nothing short of remarkable just how expertly crafted this thing is. But as many fancy big words as I throw in your face, the heart of what makes this movie one of my favorites is really just that it's metal as shit. It takes none of its ridiculous imagery seriously whatsoever, so it never feels try-hard. It's just unbelievably over the top and tremendously ostentatious. Nowadays, whenever you come across an anime this entirely dismissive in regards to making anything that could possibly appeal to anyone that isn't completely insane, it comes in the form of something like Inferno Cop. But due to Japan's bubble economy at the time, Urotsuki Doji manages to achieve that whilst also looking better than 98% of all other anime. Incredibly, the film just got a Blu-ray release, which includes the film and the complete OVA series, so if this seems at all appealing to you whatsoever, you can find it legally over there. Since Legend of the Overfiend released, the Urotsuki Doji series has received quite a few more installments, with 4 subsequent sequel OVAs covering the rest of the manga, as well as a pretty embarrassing readaptation from 2002 entitled The Urotsuki. The series is essentially exactly what you would imagine a 2002 readaptation of Urotsuki Doji to be. Poorly made pornography. All in all, Urotsuki Doji is certainly not something that could be made today. Not purely because of its explicit content, but because of how skillfully and artfully it executes said explicit content. It really is a testament to what made the
I feel like half of all the Yu-Gi-Oh monsters are just Urotsuki Doji, right? Like the fucking summoned skull is just the same
such
guy.
A special decade in the history of the medium. If you would like to support my very special creative...
Yeah, and I also noticed this I don't know, using any footage from Kirby in an anime analysis video automatically reads as a reference to me in my mind. Maybe that's presumption.
Endeavors, check out my other videos. And if you like those ones too, consider subscribing to the channel as well as donating to my Patreon, which is linked in the description, and provides you with cool bonus content for as little as $3 or $5 a month. I also have a second channel with tons of vlogs and a gigantic playlist with every video I've ever appeared in if you want to hear as much of my horrible voice.
Your voice is good. Okay, guys. Gary spent a lot to put you all through this with me. I don't know if this will be bad. Full disclosure, when this came out, I started it up. I got about 20 seconds in, and I went, there's no way I'm watching this without getting paid to watch this. Because it was just going to make me mad, and it was going to make me mad in ways I was going to rant about, and I didn't want to be ranting to myself. I didn't want to be ranting to myself about why I'm mad that something good makes me upset. Because I'm sure it's good. but it's gonna make me upset. Airy Rude Boy said, "Is this like Apocalypse Zero? I remember you made a video about that, and I watched that anime on YouTube. And is there a Kirby anime, or is it considered a cartoon? It is similar to Apocalypse Zero. It's a lot better looking. Which Apocalypse Zero is a good looking show, but Urotsuki Doji is ridiculously good looking. If you couldn't tell by that video." What was I also answering? Oh yeah, yeah, there is a Kirby anime. Kirby, right back at you. This is the first thing I've sent for you to watch that I didn't explicitly think you would like. I honestly have no idea how you'll feel about it. I'm just curious. Isabel says, no, this is really bad. Okay, well. It's going to be hard for me to watch this on its own merits because I've read Homestuck. So, like, I know what it's supposed to be, you know, and it's going to be... Like, okay, so I guess I made it 1 minute in. The first thing that set me off right away is that the main villain from Amazing Digital Circus, the Mouth Man, I'm pretty sure it's his voice that is like the announcer guy. And so immediately my first feeling is like, oh, this is the Amazing Digital Circus. Like, this is a glitch show. This isn't Homestuck, you know, this is a glitch anime. Like, all right, let's do it. Alright, okay. So I'll start by saying I don't mind this framing device as the very beginning. It doesn't mean anything, I think, to most new viewers except to establish the idea that someone is watching what's happening in the story. And in the comic, this is like a dramatic reveal like 100 pages in or something like that. Like, you start off in the scene we're about to enter in the comic, and then the whole thing is set up so that it's supposed to feel like a choose your own adventure game. So like the comic is telling you that you are John Egbert and that it's giving you commands, but the person who's giving those commands is Wayward Vagabond, I think is his name or title. And so like you don't find that out though until like significantly in, you know, maybe like an hour into reading. You're like, oh, there's somebody was actually typing all that stuff in and they're a character in the story. It's not just a framing it's not just a framing device narratively. It is actually in the story. So putting that right at the start immediately made me realize like, okay, this story is it's gotta let you know certain things sooner, so that it can skip over certain details along the way, you know. But yeah, basically like this literal scene, this shot, this happens like 100 pages into Homestuck. But it had a lot of meaning. They basically just took that twist out and said, we're not doing that twist. We're just letting you know from the start there's a guy watching, and it'll be easier to understand what's happening later if you know that. Okay, so the posters are like abstracted, so you can't tell what they are. But that also means that they can't be important to the story in this version, right? So like in the original comic, he just has literal movie posters in the background, and this is Face Off. If you can't tell, this is the movie poster for Face Off with John Travolta and Nicolas Cage. Over here you have Armageddon. I don't remember what these ones. It looks like Starsky and Hutch or something. But Nicolas Cage is very important to the narrative of Homestuck. Like the Nick Cage as a meme, like Nick Cage becoming a meme, was basically happening at the same time as this story, and Homestuck incorporated it heavily and blew that meme up to like a new dimension. Like young people who probably didn't even fucking really know much about Nick Cage suddenly thought he was the funniest thing in the universe because of this comic. Highly doubt that the cartoon version will incorporate any of that. A young man Okay. Who wants to guess why this immediately made me go, no, it's not right? If anyone in chat is familiar enough with Homestuck to tell me why this immediately sat wrong with me, aside from the voiceover being the fucking amazing digital circus guy. Thank you, Mayday. Arms. Exactly. Why does he have arms? They couldn't put in that one little pick up your arms? But it's because the format's different. It's no longer a choose your own adventure game. You are no longer John. You're being told about John. It's not in the second person. Like he's
in his bedroom. His
bedroom, not your bedroom. So it's not you anymore. This is so fundamentally different in my mind because, first of all, I write in either first person present tense or second person present tense almost exclusively. It's very rare that stories are written in second person present tense, but Homestuck's one of them. That's written in you are doing this right now. And that is a huge part of what I love about Homestuck. I love second person present tense. Because the way that this comic starts is that you see John Egbert and he's just standing there looking back and forth, and he doesn't have arms, but that's not like, you're just thinking of it as the artwork is abstract, and then the first command that's typed in is retrieve arms. And then the next page, John is just drawn with arms, and it's like, I always had arms, silly. I don't really not have arms. And like, that to me just so perfectly sets you up for the experience of Homestuck is, hey, you, what do you want to do? I want to pick up my arms. But you've already got arms. Like, that is Homestuck in a nutshell. And it's just not here.
It just so happens that today, the 13th of April, 2009, is this.
But they made sure they got 413 in there. Because you can't not mention April 13th in Homestuck. I don't really think it matters that much, but, I wanted the arms.
Young man's birthday. This is, Zoo Smell Poop Lord.
It's John, actually. John Egbert.
Zoo Smell Poop Lord. A classic teenage boy that enjoys classic teenage boy things.
Yeah, like the Zoo Smell Poop Lord joke it hits harder in text. And when you have the arms joke first,
it's like
just,
playing video games, programming computers, poorly.
It's got multiple
researching
cakes.
Paranormal lore.
Got a lot of cakes.
Watching terrible movies and aspiring to be a magician. Classic boy stuff.
John, happy birthday, bro.
Thanks, Dave.
So, tell me what insane loot you got.
Well, Dad went on another one of his baking rampages, so the house is full of...
I already feel like Dave has too much emotional expression. Like, his thing is supposed to be that he's, like, way too cool for anything. Like, literally too cool for any amount of... Yeah, thank you's ideas. Who the fuck is that? What did they do with my Dave? Why is that boy smiling? Exactly. He's not supposed to be like, hey, what's up? I'm rad. No, he's supposed to be like, what's up, doofus? Like, hey, dipshit. Want to draw some shitty comics? Like...
fucking cakes again. But on the bright side, it looks like he got me a sweet new movie poster. Stupid tape. Ah.
Yeah, see, that's a Dave Strider expression. Empty, almost Cartman-esque. Trying his best not to show anything. Apparently, he's a huge Snoop Dogg fan. I don't remember this detail.
Shit!
Oh, let me guess. Another 1980s abomination for your dog shit collection?
Little fucking monsters!
Jesus Christ, I stand corrected. Old man really came through.
I have to put this up immediately. Let's see what I...
Like, shouldn't he sound like, well, I stand corrected. Old man really came through. Like, like a nonchalant, calm voice. They turned David to best guy ever, said Lapucia. Yeah, he's... Even Best Guy Ever has more of a toned down. Like, actually, the Best Guy Ever character was originally more of a Dave Strider. Like, the point of the character was that he's, like, fake. This just seems like a dude. Like, it just seems like a dude guy. Like, I'm not getting the pulled back, You know, the, like, deliberately reserved part of him.
Got around here. Is it? Okay. Hammer. What about nail?
Ah, the Sylladex. Every player has one. A great tool
Shut
for
up.
storing, combining, and
Mute.
stacking items. This Sylladex uses a stack modus, so be careful not to stack too much, or you risk losing the item at the bottom of your captcha log deck.
Mute!
Dude, is that the narrator? You haven't turned it off yet?
He's usually not this talkative.
Also, stack modus? That's too fucking basic. It's an inventory management crisis
Whoa, he said fuck.
waiting to happen. My bro set me up with HashMap. He's awesome.
Oh yeah, switch the, modus thingo.
Look, at least arm yourself. Not with those creepy fake arms you got. Pop some kind of...
Oh. Why would they put the fake... Why is the fake arms joke in here when the arms joke wasn't there? We didn't set up for the fake arms. Why would he have fake arms?
weapon in your stripe specimens.
Alright, specibus.
Is there a deleted scene? Like, did they cut the arms joke, maybe? It doesn't make sense that they would put the fake arms in there with no setup.
And done. Hey, it freed up some space.
Nice. What sick weapon did you choose?
Well, I only had a hammer, so...
Hammer guy for life.
Wait,
Hope
what?
you like hammers, dude. Fucking classic. Egbert blunders into a mid-ass weapon for the rest of his damn life.
Yeah, well, joke's on you. I fucking love hammers.
Oh shit, I actually forgot the whole point of calling you other than the day of your birth.
Hammer.
It's a cartoon. So, being an audio forward medium, it's not weird that they're talking on the phone. It's just the total opposite of the fucking point of the comic. Homestuck is 99% chat logs. Like, 99% of the fucking story is chat logs. And the point of that is that if you're like me, or Andrew Hussey, and you're in your mid-30s, then when you were, say, 10, 12, and you were an internet kid, you spent all your fucking time on AOL Instant Messenger, or Yahoo Messenger, or Microsoft Messenger, MSN. Those were the three big messengers when I was growing up. Pester Chum is clearly supposed to be AOL Instant Messenger. It feels exactly the same as the experience of using AIM. So to not have chat logs is like it's just a whole new story, you know? Like, okay, so talking to each other on the phone, but it's still supposed to be 2013. He's got a flip phone. He's like, what 13-year-old was calling their friends on a fucking flip phone in 2013? He would have Skype. They would have Skype. They would maybe have an iPhone. If John's as spoiled as he seems, why the fuck is he still using a flip phone? This is 2013, right? Was that the year they said? 2009? Okay. Why is it set in 2009? Did the comic start in 2009? Holy fuck, Homestuck's older than I thought. I thought it started in like 2011 or something. Wow, it really started in 2009. Holy shit. This shit ran for 7 years? God damn, I did not realize it was... I thought it was like 4 years. And I didn't realize it went all the way to 2016. Okay, so 2009, he's allowed to be wearing... He can use a flip phone. But no 13-year-old was talking to their fucking friends on a flip phone. I just still think he would have been... They still would have just been communicating through the internet. They whether it was text or calls, which by 2009, Skype was a thing. You know, like... because in 2009, okay, so I would have caught on to Homestuck in 2011, so it would have already been going for 2 years, like at the end of 2011, I think. And by then, I know my younger brother Shade was already heavily using Skype. Yeah, I know these are just the problems of trying to adapt it, but it's just like, why do it? Why are they doing that? Gotta remember, Hussey's always 10 years behind the times. It's more based on 99 than anything else. That's true, but again, it's about to me, it's just about the instant messaging experience, which for me was, yes, that existed in 1999, but that was the whole 2000s for me. Like, pretty much starting well, actually, I shouldn't say that, because I was afraid of instant messaging clients originally. So originally, I would only use, like, forums and, open websites. But when I started doing anime blogging in, like, 2007, all the friends I made, we all had instant messenger. So, like, me and Ghost Lightning talking, that was all on AIM, or Yahoo, rather. I think Ghost Lightning and I both we always used Yahoo, and then I had other friends who were only on AIM or only on MSN. So I had all of them. But most of the time, it was AIM or Yahoo I was talking on. Up through 2009, like, I was still doing that stuff in 2009. Skype took over by 2011, but I was still mostly using Skype as a chat client, because it wasn't, making, internet calls wasn't the most consistent back then if you didn't both have pretty good connection. Again, I think, like, in the case of Homestuck, if you were going to adapt this, it would have made more sense for him to have been wearing Bluetooth headphones or something and calling him over Skype just to... The flip phone thing is, like, I don't know. It feels weird to me. These are, like, very minor complaints I'm making right now. I'm just, like... My overwhelming sensation is, like, you can't make Homestuck into a cartoon in 2025 and have it make any fucking sense. It just doesn't make sense to my brain to be witnessing this. Like,
Did the beta come yet?
Shit. Ugh. Hang on, I can check.
Oh, how's it not arrived yet? I got 2 copies, but it's not like I'm gonna play them, though. Did you see it got slammed in Game Bro magazine?
Game Bro's a joke, and you know it. Damn it. Looks like my dad's back. I'll call you later. I'm gonna have to sneak down.
Word. Let me know when you get the beta so I can keep being too cool to play it with you. Later. Whoa.
they also haven't actually established why he's hiding from his dad. Like, we can see that his dad left him a nice birthday card and a shitload of cakes. But, like, by this point in the story, it would have been reassured to you many times that this guy's, like, an overbearing, like, every time he shows up, he just love bombs John. So John is trying to, avoid that by putting himself in disguise. And, like, I guess you could maybe surmise that from all the cakes, but it feels very underexplained why he's, like, dressing himself disguised to go out of his room.
Champ, you can do anything if you put your mind to it. I believe in you. Aww.
No!
Hello, John. I understand you've recently come into the possession of the Game of the Year as featured in respectable periodicals such as Game Bro magazine.
Oh.
Where do I recognize her voice from? Do they have a list of the actors on here or something? They don't? That's annoying. I said this, I was calling this like a glitch show earlier, but it's actually Vivzy Pop's studio. Nonetheless, hearing that fucking voice, that guy, just makes me feel like I'm watching a glitch show. But I don't know who Rose's voice is. She sounds way better fit for her character than Dave.
Hey, Rose, and no, not yet. Dave's a filthy fucking liar. I don't know you listen to him.
Sorry, John. I just lose all sense of composure when I catch the slightest
She sounds exactly like Raven in Teen Titans.
glimpse of his PFP in my DMs.
What?
Oh, please, John. The hair, the shades, the irony poisoning. Let's not pretend you're immune to his aura.
Okay, look. I'm not saying bro is hard on the eyes or anything, and we all have our moments of weakness, but... shit!
Was there always a conversation about John being gay for Dave at this part? If this happened, I don't remember it, but it's not that I don't believe it did.
What was I saying?
I think you were about to confess something to me, John.
Ah! Okay, shut the fuck up. You're making me blow my stealth mission. My dad could be around any one of these corners with a fucking cake or another episode.
The voice of Rose is the voice of Tails in the Sonic the Hedgehog movies. That's amazing. Also, I guess there was a TV show called Tails Tube that ran for 3 years. I didn't hear about this at all. Okay, whatever.
Setting clown present. I can't be too careful.
John, you're not wearing one of your silly disguises, are you?
No, of course not.
Fucking Gary with "Did the beta come yet?" Pause. Son of a bitch.
That's a relief. It would be a shame to make a fool of yourself in front of a distinguished gentleman such as your father.
Rose, what do you take me for? Some sort of fucking jester? This is serious business.
Why don't you just go ask your dad for the game?
For the same reason you don't just go ask your mom for...
Wait, you're telling me that narrator is not the guy from fucking Amazing Digital Circus? He sounds exactly like him. Apparently it's Oni. I see you said it's an Oni Plays guy, but apparently it's just Oni himself. Which is shocking that I wouldn't recognize his voice, because normally he's got one of those voices you immediately recognize and go, oh yeah, that's Oni.
For shit. Ah, damn it!
Touché.
Okay, I'm gonna try my luck at the mailbox, and it better not be empty.
And what if it is?
Then I'll shove my hand so far up its metal ass, the Postmaster General himself will feel the tingly touch of my probing magician's fingertips.
What?
Oh, and Rose, I'm literally wearing perhaps the silliest disguise ever right now, and have been this entire time. Haha! Bye, sucker!
I wish this was like at least
Goodbye,
funny.
John.
It's just kind of like, it feels like nothing. Like, it doesn't feel like it's building to anything or making any kind of point, or like it's not funny. It's not that interesting to look at. It's got a kind of unique art style, but it doesn't look nearly as interesting as Homestuck. So, I don't know what the point is.
Hey, John, happy birthday! Did you get my package yet?
Hey, Jade, I'm literally outside right now, checking the empty mailbox.
John,
It also feels like they're really working to get all the characters in, because I'm pretty sure Jade doesn't get introduced for like a while into.
you still there? I can't hear anything. Hello?
The streets are empty. Wind skims the voids, keeping neighbors apart, as if grazing the hollow of a cut reed or, say, a blundered mailbox. A familiar note is produced. It's the one desolation plays to keep its instrument in tune.
I still can't believe that's Oni's voice. I guess he does that kind of voice at the start of Hellbenders, but it's mixed in a way more interesting way because it's got like that overpowering bass in it.
It is your 13th birthday, and as with all 12 preceding it, something feels missing from
Mute
your...
narration!
Please, John. And you guys say I'm spacey?
Sorry, what were we,
Did you get my present?
Oh, right. Okay, I think I can see it. A green package, right? But it's locked in my dad's car. Great.
That's it! I'm so glad it arrived! Let me know when you open it.
Oh, I
Until
got my
then,
voices backwards earlier.
What have you been up to today?
I think my Spur beta arrived, but my dad
I
probably...
was saying that Rose had the same voice as Tails, but no, it's Jade who has the same voice as Tails, which now that I'm hearing it, it's a lot more obvious. I was like, how is that the Tails voice? No, I got my names backwards. I'm just looking at IMDb right now, being like, who are you people? Why do some of you sound so familiar? The voice of Rose was in a bunch of anime, it looks like.
Probably has it. I've been trying to avoid him, as you can well imagine.
I sure can. I play with my grandpa sometimes. And what's this about Sburb? Is it a game or something?
I thought you knew about it. Jade, are you messing with me again? Never mind. I don't know really, but Rosa and I wanted to play. Aha! I knew he had it.
Oh, it sounds fun. Ah! What was that?
What happened? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm gonna go check it out, though. Good luck with your game.
All right, just be careful, okay?
I will. Bye, John.
Dude, did you get the title drop yet?
What?
Title drop.
Dude, what the fuck are you even...
For fuck's sake, don't tell me you missed the fucking title drop. You gotta pay attention to this shit. Did Jade knock you off your game with her Space Cadet BS?
Dave, I don't have time for your vaguely ironic horse shit. I
got my title drop with haste, bro. Up at the crack of dawn, early bird and all that. Just looked up at the sky, boom, there she fucks. Felt mad significant. Gave me a hella jolt of protag syndrome. Not that I'ma be the hero of this bitch. That's all you, bestie.
You're such a piece of shit. Can you just
Look
tell
in
me...
the sky, numbnuts!
The fuck is that? No, not that. What's that?
Oh. I'm not even sure I know what's going on anymore.
Finally got my beta, guys. With a lot of trouble, thanks for asking. Cover looks pretty lame. Hey, what if I just didn't play it?
Yeah, well, I'm not playing it. LOL, not even ironically.
John, please install it with alacrity.
Ignore Dave, John. You should play. There are so many cool adventures we get to go on together.
When you say it like that, Jade, it sounds like you know the future.
Pussy, no. Okay. Someone who's never seen or read Homestuck, let me know, how would you describe what was the point of that? Like, if you've never read Homestuck, how would you describe what that was about? Or what was the point? Because, like, that was a lot of Homestuck. Like, a significant chunk of Act 1. Probably like half of Act 1. Which would take a few hours to read. Like, that was probably, well, I'll say that was probably the first hour and a half of reading. Maybe even just the first hour. Squished into 11 minutes. I feel like in terms of what was kept and what wasn't, the decisions are strange. Misha Keat said, I figured it was supposed to be a character introduction, but I have no idea what was supposed to be going on with the dad. Yeah, they explained it not at all. Nisa said, I have never seen Homestuck or read it. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that at all, and I'm confused and not even impressed, to be honest. No, nothing about that was impressive. However the hell you say your name, who's asking about my old decompression video. I'm not sure which one you're talking about, because I actually have a few videos with decompression in the name, but I'm glad it was relatable to you. I've not consumed any Homestuck, thought it was fan service. It's definitely not servicing me as a fan. I'm kind of sad because I was hoping this would be a decent introduction to the series. I mean, the only way to consume Homestuck is just to read it. You just read it. It's not like a series. It's one, it's just one comic. You can just read front to back. But like, it starts off, a young man stands in his bedroom. It just so happens that today, the 13th of April, 2009, is this young man's birthday. Though it was 13 years ago he was given life, it is only today he will be given a name. What will the name of this young man be? Enter name. Zeusmel Poop Lord. Try again. John Egbert. Examine room. See how it wasn't like him having a conversation with the narrator. It's the narrator having a conversation with you and pretending that you are the one typing in these things. But you are Wayward Vagabond, actually. And the narrator is Andrew Hussey, actually. And they are both characters in the story, actually. But then you see the room, and it's like, this shot alone is, like, this to me is the essence of Homestuck, is the shots of a character's whole room. Because the point of it is that when you are this age, your personality is just what's on your walls. Like, his personality is he likes these shitty movies, he likes, Game Bro and all this stuff. And it's like, the fact that you can just see his whole world in one go, that's the essence of Homestuck. Quickly, retrieve your arms from the drawer. Your arms are in your magic chest, Poop Lord. Remove cake from magic chest. Out of sympathy for John's perceived lack of arms, you pick up the cake for him and put it on his bed. Quickly retrieve arms from magic chest. Yes, you have now retrieved your fake arms from the chest, which you use for hilarious antics. So this is the way that it's revealed that he has real arms, is that he pulls out the fake arms. Because the assumption is that you, viewer, think he doesn't have arms, so you're telling him to get his arms. And he understands that because he does, in fact, have fake arms, but he actually also has real arms. That's the joke. In the cartoon, he just has fake arms at one point. And there's no setup, there's no punchline. It's just he has fake arms. Here you had a whole 3 pages of, okay, this is like a meta thing. We're playing with how we perceive things, And then you've got this super unique art style where it's this combination of the hella ragged, obvious MS Paint looking, board. It's not actually MS Paint, it's Photoshop, I think, but it's meant to look like MS Paint drawings. But then you've got this multimedia, other types of media are attached onto it. The GIFs feel unique, it's a whole different experience that, it doesn't really translate that well to a cartoon that's 11 minutes long. To me, it mostly feels like a way to get Homestuck back into the public consciousness, but all it really creates in me is the feeling of what could this possibly mean to anyone? If you are already a Homestuck fan, you're just thinking about all that's missing or changed for the worse. And if you're not already a Homestuck fan, I don't see how this would possibly make you give a fuck, I don't see how that introduction to the story or characters would make you think, oh, Homestuck seems really interesting, I'm going to go read it. It's nothing that's interesting about Homestuck was represented there. The uniqueness of the format, the uniqueness of the art style, the voice of the comic, just none of that's there. You should really stream a Homestuck read-through. It would take it would take as long as Umineko, and I haven't finished that. So maybe one day, but it's also so much of like an of its time thing. Like Homestuck was incredibly fresh and new and different, and it was also heavily reliant on the fact that Flash was like a thing, you know, like I don't know. It feels weird seeing it outside of its time and place, you know. But I could see revisiting it for nostalgia's sake, or just to be able to analyze it in like real depth. But honestly, the good, like the quality of Homestuck isn't even why it's so popular. Like it's so popular because dumbass teenagers thought troll romance was the fucking most brilliant thing they ever heard of. You know, like it basically created a language to codify toxic friendships. Like this shit right here. Oh my god, typing troll romance doesn't even get you Homestuck anymore. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, this whole shit right here, this is why Homestuck became so popular, is because of the idea that there was these other types of romance than normal human love to be explored, and teenagers fucking just devoured this shit. Did they understand much of what was happening in Homestuck? I really don't think so. I don't think many people would, because a lot of it's like just meta stuff that like to me Homestuck is like a story for people who write stories. Like it is a deconstruction in a way of the idea of creating an epic. Like it's like, what if we created an epic, but every step of the way we just like subverted as many expectations as possible, you know? Like what if every single time that the hero took a step, like a rake came up and hit them in the face, you know, like, and that was the whole adventure. It's just rake, rake, rake. And then at some point you realize, like, this is what my adventure is. I am Rake Stepper, the mighty. Like, this is a weird analogy, but that's the best way I can describe the appeal of Homestuck, is like, it's not a good story. It's a fake story that becomes real if you read long enough. I don't know what I'm saying. It just isn't something that can translate into a goddamn cartoon and make any sense. Like, so much of it is turn the page and the opposite of what was supposed to happen happens. Like, that is so much of the comic. Turn the page and you're now on like a juggalo clown is murdering all the characters, and like, you know, you're dramatically listening to honks in the distance. That part actually would be fun if they adapted just like the scary stuff. But yeah, like to really emphasize, because I showed a little bit of Homestuck just now, but shit. No, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. History, Homestuck. So, like, because we didn't even get to where they introduce Dave, right? Because we actually spend a while with John, just kind of joking back and forth with his character, you know, getting to know what he's like. And also playing around with the idea that this was a choose-your-own-adventure series, because initially Hussey did actually have an open suggestion box where people would submit suggestions, and if he thought those suggestions were funny enough, he used them. So there was, you know, way more playfulness and not like a sense of we need to make it to the next stage of the story or anything like that. So, okay, here's him finally starting the text chain. So you see how this is written, right? Now you can hide these. But this is like 90% of Homestuck is the pester logs. It's just the read through between, you know, Turn Tech Godhead and what is his name on here? Ectobiologist. And yeah, they don't read very similarly to how those guys were talking. Monster B-list celebrity douchebags are cunning and persistent pranksters. Oh, it was the 15th day in a row Howie Mandel peed in his juice, apparently. yeah, the rhythm of this, just, I can't imagine how you would truly imitate the rhythm of this comic in another medium. I mean, the print version was already, like, weird, you know, because it didn't have the animation that does exist in the story, of which there is a lot. You know, eventually you get to the point where there is, like, 9-minute animations in Homestuck. How are they going to reanimate the 9-minute animation parts, you know? Like, I don't know how they can't possibly even be pretending that they're going to adapt all of Homestuck, right? Like, it would be hundreds of episodes, I would think, unless they're just cutting a fuckload from it. Yeah, I don't know. If someone really likes that Homestuck cartoon, I really want to hear what they liked about it. Like, I would love to meet someone who's like, oh, I thought it was sick, because I would like to know what they thought was sick. Yeah, Mayday. Getting invested in the characters? Cool. Here's 10,000 words about a completely new pool-themed character set. Yes, it's lore relevant. Yeah, exactly. That's... Homestuck just will totally fucking decide it's something different, you know, and then not change back for long stretches. But again, it's not a traditional story. It was just a way of life. It was just what Hussey was doing for 7 years. Like, he would wake up and draw Homestuck, whatever he thought of that morning, he, like, drew it, and then did the same thing the next day. And, like, you know, it's like creating a long-form Shonen Jump manga, you know, like, but even weirder. It had the soul of printing an email out. God damn. Oh yeah, we could just look at the comments section, I guess. Let's see. How did they feel? Oh, it's not even... doesn't even come up that quickly when I type just the name. Okay, let's see. Bonkers that they lured Toby out of hiding just to voice John, only for him to sound precisely, exactly, excruciatingly what I always imagined John would sound like. Okay, I wonder what Homestuck is about. Maybe this will explain it. Watch his pilot. That was great. I wonder what it was about. Yeah, thank you. That's exactly... yeah, even if you thought it was great, what the fuck was that? Can't wait to see an episode just titled Cascade in 40 years. Yeah, pretty much. I'm warning you about the stairs, bro. Yeah, how are they going to incorporate Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff into this? So, like, one of the best things about Homestuck is that the character Dave Strider, who we just met, is also a webcomic author. And so in-universe, he's creating the Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff webcomic, which is its own separate webcomic that starts off with the greatest comic ever. I can't wait to be a useless piece of shit all day and play all these games. Fuck, I'm falling down all these stairs. I warned you about stairs, bro. I told you, dog. It keeps happening. I told you, man. I told you about stairs. This is one of the greatest, one of the single greatest pages of webcomic ever produced, in my opinion. And I don't even know if this will make it into the show. There's 46 fucking comics of this. Sweet Sherlock and Hella Holmes as the detectives. I say, butthole. Indubitably. Who put shit in my pipe? Shh. The plot thickened. Yeah, that's better than anything I saw in that cartoon. Okay, I gotta pee again. I'm gonna put on the rest of that Nisa video we were watching at the start. That's not it. That's Homestuck again. Come on, take me back. What we have to do is go back. We were like at the end. Okay.
The loss can make you depressed. It can make you regret things. It's a scary thing to admit, but maybe those vibrant blue skies may never come back. I think I'd be really naive to say that there are some cases in which, you know, you don't return to yourself. Yeah, maybe those clouds are there to stay, but you can always paint the clouds a different color, right? They don't have to be gray all the time. And you can always pick up a new palette. Not everyone's sky is blue. Definitely not blue all the time. I know mine's is constantly changing for one reason or another. Sometimes it's black, sometimes it's white, sometimes it's something in between. I know for me, on November 9th of last year, that Nisa is never coming back. But that's okay. So now is a better friend, a better partner, and a better dog mom. It seems maybe a bit callous, but when you lose something and you feel empty, well, that's just a chance to fill it with other things. With new people, new places, new perspectives,
Diesel gas,
new colors. So I think we should keep picking up different palettes and keep coloring till
everything
our
broke on my
skies
end. I
are
can't
bright
see the
again.
stream or the chat anymore. Ooh, I don't know if y'all can still see me. Yes, it does appear I'm still live. Yeah, but for some reason on my end everything's fucked up. Oh, because it logged me into Nova for some reason. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Switch back. Go into my live room. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What do you think of my sick fucking Metroid background? Homestuck is shonen, many experiencing deep sea gigantism due to lack of ecological competition. Wait, what the fuck? This comic is from Homestuck? Talking about Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff? Yes. Yes, it is. And it's classic. Okay, well, my main takeaway from that Homestuck cartoon was the arms thing. Like, the fact that they kept in him having novelty arms, but not as like a payoff to anything. Like, it just was there with no setup. That pretty much summarizes. I opened up Cash App and it's showing me like a whole movie. I don't need that. Okay. Okay. We move along. We do something else. What next? Let's see. Anything new in my subscriptions feed that we should be checking out? Oh man, what the fuck? Cash App movies. It was like an ad for some kind of fucking credit card or something. I don't know. I don't care about Joe Budden or Rory or Mal. It's Manic Mondays. Let's see what's going on in Dell World. Nope, start over. Come on.
Hey man, this is Dell presents Manic Mondays.
On the dance floor. It's on. Yeah, it's on. It's on. Start it, I'm on it. Fuck it, you want it, you know it. I'm spitting, manic, be hitting. Man, I be living, admitting I'm getting annoyed with folks who should be destroyed. Mic check, wreck. Yeah, that coffin talk, niggas be done. Just like they logging off, boy, I be boy. Having niggas non
Coffee
don't
empty.
spit, I hit. Home run, walking off.
I'm a Barbary Coast ass nigga, I boast Baja. I'm fashionably flabbergasted. I don't have a mask on, I'm just a two-faced demon. I'm high off of time, 60 seconds of mayhem. I let the light years pave my way. I'm the star in the war, and I'm on my Andrew Pushkin. I'm always rushing, never late to the debate. I exacerbate an escape. So who can you run to? The field is in
Coffee full.
Rational, I have my own race to the finish line.
You know what? Fuck someone else's raps. It's time to listen to my raps. Until someone tells me to do something else. Hey. Yo, it's Trixie. It's just a shorty with a massive fucking threat. Or a bit in a Trixie beat down like beautiful sunsets in California. Is my sync good? I like it though. Let me get used to your voice. But here's my real story. Okay. Let's go. Cryptic, chaotic, and crass. Can you creatively describe my ass? I got past security, running with all of my steam like Bronson in a lucid dream. At the 44 tablets of mescaline and another fofo just to lap Jay-Z. I'm amazing. I feel like $1 million. Buy me grills in a Toyota truck. God like a Hilux, loaded Lux with a loaded butt. He spray, I spray, we must. Here come another come load, end of the hose. I almost said end of the hose for you roads. That wouldn't have made any fucking sense. It's funny hearing this song back because I actually wrote it to be a much faster song. Like it was originally going to be like, hold on, how does it start again? Oh yeah, it was originally going to be like, cryptic, chaotic, and crass. Can you creatively describe my ass? I got past security, running with all of my steam like Bronson in a lucid dream. At the 44 tablets of mescaline and another fofo just to lap Jay-Z. I'm amazing. I feel like $1 million. Buy me grills in a Toyota truck. I'd like a Hilux, loaded Lux with a loaded butt. He spray, I spray, we bust. Here come another come load, end of the road for you hoes when I unload Maxim with a maximum tomato, something like that. Oh, centerfold pose. Centerfold pose Maxim with a maximum tomato. Undebatable, the best on hype. Breast on mic. JoJo Ripple. Breast on mic. Cold hard nipple got JoJo Ripple, and my stance is the Mars. My stand is the Mars Volta. My stance is a revolter. My lance never be holstered. Damn. It's a tough song to actually remember all the words to. Where do I record my music? Right here. Exactly where I'm sitting. Exactly like this. I'll show you. Let's do it. Let's just make a song. Let's go ahead and just make a song right the fuck now. Okay. I've got some unreleased songs here too. Like 2025 the song, which I actually think I recreated into a different song. I think these have the same lyrics. Let's listen to the most recent song that I created and haven't released. Wait, hold on. Let's start this over. I gotta get the volume right. Okay, hold up. There we go. Miraculous lady, plugged out like crazy guys. I'm Slim Shady, but way more into guys.
Pretty blood paint, staking great craft. Toe punch, I could be the white blade or the white shaft. Sticky fingers started no imposter syndrome. I subverted systems, most of all forgot when they were different. Picture the picture, you take it for granted. And knows the seed that I planted back in your infancy. Expensive seats at some Lin-Manuel Miranda show just to hear the French accent and clipping flow. Hippies know. No rest for the psychedelic night. Sword in hand, romantic warrior, free your lands from horror's blight. More insightful than your trifling Bible quote. I know shit most people don't, so listen close. My gun is registered to vote. Funny joke until the cackle gets a bit too loud. Speckled all over the crowd, everybody getting down. That's resoundingly, astoundingly mounting tensions. What inflections in the register of death sprack from its breath and led to that led the crowds that fled to trip and bust some heads. When everything is said and done, everybody fled. Public service announcement. When the turn is up and you're pouncing, be sure to account for the offense. Cops are always right against the fence, so the the other side beyond the sight. See a demon, it's on sight like pre-rent teaches burn. Will these bitches learn? Hey. Acting hard to earn the blurb on your earn card. Graphic charts can turn the flow on your earn card. What you know and sure you don't on the postcard. Post Malone can chart, but he lost his flow card.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I think that song's good or not, but it's certainly fun. Okay, let's just like make a song now. Bag of beats. Okay. So what we're gonna do is first we're gonna open up Audacity. Now I'm actually not sure if it's gonna have problems recording in Audacity while I'm using the same microphone in Open Broadcaster. So if anything goes horribly wrong, that'll be why. We're going to drag this in here. Now I don't do my mixing in Audacity. I just do the recording in here because it's easy and quick. Okay. Okay. Hello, Gigadonk. Meow. Do I listen to Necro? I don't know what Necro is. All right. Let's just go with the first lyrics I saw when I opened up my phone. Oh, that's not coming through my headphones. Hold on. Okay, we want playback in the headphones and recording through the... I didn't mean to delete that whole track there. Okay. Now, you're now going to witness how it is done. This is a Bad Eater beat that I haven't used in any official capacity yet. Yeah. It's Trixie. Yo. I was capable of leading, but I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understandings, raised my standing and confirmed what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly warming up my heart to see your growth, and even though I do the most, I see you standing on your post and I salute you. Choosing you is what I want from you. Affix your mask first, don't asphyxiate and protect your kin. Everyone can win if everyone wants to win. So when does hatred turn from truth to sin? If you create a world, there will be wind. Whirly-gig, and so they call my concerts a girly giggle grasping at a short skirt through a long jacket. Jackknife flow, you know I long had it. Feel like Lil Uzi Vert with a new paddock, just from spitting my own verse in my own attic. Pragmatic like Richard Rorty or Cornell West. Northwest was Ye's best creation. Gays live in Northwest USA, stationed by several legit bays. I'm making waves every which way, every which way. Okay. My recording volume was definitely too high for me to be rapping that loud, so apologies for what that did to your ears, everyone. And this will be off time a little, so I'm gonna have to move. I was capable of... I feel like I say capable before the beat drops. Capable of leading, but I wasn't ready. Inescapable. I could levy in my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study. I could levy in my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understanding. I could levy in my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understanding. I'm having a hard time figuring out. I could levy in my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study. Seems still a little... I could levy in my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understandings, raised my standing and confirm what is so... I'm having a really hard time figuring out how to time that correctly. Confirm what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn. That seems close. Confirm what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly warming up my heart. Confirm what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have
have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly hard.
That sounds almost correct.
Confirm what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spit. Confirm what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly warming up my heart to see your growth, and even though I do the most, I see you standing on your post and I salute you. Choosing you is what I want from you. Affix your mask first, don't asphyxiate and protect your kin. Everyone can win if every.
That sounds way closer.
Confirm what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly warming up my heart to see your growth, and even though I do the most, I see you standing on your post and I salute you.
Okay, that sounds correct. Alright, so now what I'm gonna do is mute the instrumental and just export the vocals. And then we don't need this anymore. Alright, next up, we open up. Giga said, I had a dream that I had to meet up with someone in the desert to trade Pokemon, and my mother-in-law came to stop me with tears in her eyes. Why was she stopping you? She's like, don't give away your Pokemon. That's something my mom would do, actually. She'd be like, I can't believe you gave away your precious Pokemon. Okay. Let's see here. So now we've got FL Studio open. And all we're going to do is take that beat that we did and throw that in. And then we're going to take that vocal that we recorded and throw that in. And hopefully the timing is right. Of course, it's not coming through my fucking headphones, because I have to change the options on absolutely everything every time I fucking change what I'm using. And I can't remember where I go to change that. Here? Yes. Okay. Headphones. Thank you.
But I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understandings, raised my standing and confirmed what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm.
Okay, cool. Now, we're going to take that and put it on track 1 in our mixer here. So now you can see.
But I wasn't ready.
The vocals are on track 1, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is put some fucking side reverb on there, because this just automatically makes everything sound good.
But I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was.
Alright, now it's too fucking loud, so we're going to throw a compressor on it.
But I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some.
Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to really start fucking with it with the equalizer.
But I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understandings, raised my standing and confirmed what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly warming up my heart to see your growth, and even though I do the most, I see you standing on your post and I salute you. Choosing you is what I want from you. Affix your mask first, don't asphyxiate and protect your kin. Everyone can win if everyone wants to win. So when this hatred turn from truth to sin, if you create a world there will be wind. Whirly gig, and so they call my concerts a girly giggle, grasping at a short skirt through a long jacket. Jackknife flow, you know I long had it. Feel like Lil Uzi Vert with a new pack, just from spitting my own verse in my own attic. Pragmatic like Richard Rorty or Cornell West. Northwest was Ye's best creation. Gays live in Northwest USA, stationed by several legit bays. I'm making ways every which way, every which way. But I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understandings, raised my standing and confirmed what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly warming up my heart to see your growth, and even though I do the most, I see you standing on your post and I salute you. Choosing you is what I want from you. Affix your mask first, don't asphyxiate and protect your kin. Everyone can win if everyone wants to win. So when this hatred turn from truth to sin, if you create a world, it will be wind. Whirly gig, and
so they call my concerts a girly giggle grasping at a short skirt through a long jacket. Jackknife flow, you know I long had it. Feel like Lil Uzi Vert with a new paddock, just from spitting my own verse in my own attic. Pragmatic like Richard Rorty or Cornell West. Northwest was Ye's best creation. Gays live in Northwest USA station by several. All right, so let's for demonstration's sake, see how that sounded before I did all that, and then after.
Yo, I was capable of leading, but I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but
sounds pretty decent. But with all that.
Yo, I was capable of leading, but I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understandings, raised my standing, and confirmed what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly
Misha Keat with the Soundgoodizer. I don't know what that emoji means. Can't tell if that's a happy or an up. A lot of people really hate the Soundgoodizer. I always throw at least a little bit of it in there.
Yo, I was capable of leading, but I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understandings, raised my standing, and confirmed what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly warming up my heart to see your growth, and even though I do the most, I see you standing on your post and I salute you. Choosing you is what I want from you. Affix your mask first, don't asphyxiate and protect your kin. Everyone can win if everyone wants to win. So when does hatred turn from truth to sin? If you create a world, there will be wind. Whirly gig, and so they call my concerts a girly giggle grasping at a short skirt through a long jacket. Jackknife flow, you know I long had it. Feel like Lil Uzi Vert with a new paddock, just from spitting my own verse in my own attic. Pragmatic like Richard Rorty or Cornell West. Northwest was Ye's best creation. Gays live in Northwest USA station. Yo, I was capable of leading, but I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understandings, raised my standing, and confirmed what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly warming up my heart to see your growth, and even though I do the most, I see you standing on your post and I salute you. Choosing you is what I want from you. Affix your mask first, don't asphyxiate and protect your kin. Everyone can win if everyone wants to win. So when does hatred turn from truth to sin? If you create a world, there will be wind. Whirly gig, and so they call my concerts a girly giggle grasping at a short skirt through a long jacket. Jackknife flow, you know I long had it. Feel like Lil Uzi Vert with a new paddock, just from spitting my own verse in my own attic. Pragmatic like Richard Rorty or Cornell West.
Okay, I feel
Yo, I was capable of leading, but I wasn't ready. Inescapable talents I could levy, and my cleverness was steady, but emotionally I had much to study and to learn, and now I've earned some understandings, raised my standing, and confirmed what is so worthy about what I spit that you should have to listen when I spin a yarn, because you know ignorance isn't bliss, it's truly harm. It's truly warming up my heart to see your growth, and even though I do the most, I see you standing on your post and I salute you. Choosing you is what I want from you. Affix your mask first, don't asphyxiate and protect your kin. Everyone can win if everyone wants to win. So when does hatred turn from truth to sin? If you create a world, there will be wind. Whirly gig, and so they call my concerts a girly giggle grasping at a short skirt through a long jacket. Jackknife flow, you know I long had it. Feel like Lil Uzi Vert with a new paddock, just from spitting my own verse in my own attic. Pragmatic like Richard Rorty or Cornell West. Northwest was Ye's best creation. Gays live in Northwest USA station by several legit bays. I'm making waves every which way, every which way.
cool. I like that. I just did that as a demonstration, but I actually ended up liking it. So that's neat. Maybe that'll turn into a whole ass song. It's like the only beat that I had in my beat folder and hadn't used yet. This bag of beats folder. Because otherwise it's like, just like, I did use that one already. That one's really good, but it's not complete. It doesn't have any bass. I don't remember this one. be relatively new because I don't remember it. Probably a Bad Eater beat, if I had to guess. Ah! That's the Weeble beat. That's Unimpeachable. That's, what's it called? The first song on my last album. That's,
what is your gender? My gender.
Demon. Music. Okay, yeah, whatever. You get it. Those are all used beats. This needs to be in here. I had to re-download that. Okay, this is a work in progress, I think. Irreplaceable. Vox. Irreplaceable. What is this?
Must have me as my mind.
Did this not come out already? I do make beats, but not the good ones that I rap over.
Yeah, no, I shot like powder. I roll with the dot with hammers. I knock on the door like Walter White.
No, this is one that Sarah's got. Blind Skywatcher has a few songs that I've sent that haven't been mixed yet, and this is my demo. Because I'm not the best mixer, so oftentimes I will make my own mix and then send it to Blind Skywatcher and be like, all right, here's what I think it sounds like. Now you show me what it really sounds like, you know. This says Final, Smoker Final. What is this? I don't fucking remember this. Is this just a beat? That's definitely a Blind Skywatcher beat that I haven't used yet. Oh, this is my favorite Blind Skywatcher beat I haven't used yet. Heaven Blood. Whatever I do with this song, it's going to be next level.
Pretty short time. I ingested some marijuana.
Yeah, that's a god tier beat. That is as much my type of a beat as it could be. So I'm really gonna have to write something exceptional for that. Oh, yeah, there's a
Catastrophic disaster, a yank on the catheter. Bank all your names with her. Every cent I pay rent with.
Later, Mayday. Love you.
No friends. Just giving out game for free. Now see, you can doubt me, but the vision ain't cloudy. I'm efficient and pouty, but I get to the route. Seek it the true, not the clout. Winnie the Pooh, not the rabbit. Me and the crew are all faggots. What can you do but beat tag it? Follow up that, I won't have it. Swallow it back, it's old habit. She on this crack, no, not autistic. You in the back, go ballistic. Deep in the pack like a mystic. Serve me cup and not fisted. Here comes the downfield punk. Give no fuck, no shit, no damn.
Circle pit or show me hands. Okay, that's enough spoilers. Again, not a finished mix. That was my mix of a song that Sarah will have. Another beat I haven't used yet. Okay. What do my beats sound like? Because you were like, you make beats? Yes, I make beats. This is all just loops for a beat. I guess we want finished projects. So I made all the beats on, for instance, my latest weird little EP. For instance, Granite Pebbles. Which one of these is just
devotional spoke of a high.
That's the finished version. Hold on.
The sound of the grounded beans depleted, but she.
Well, that's also got vocals on it. I don't know if I saved the versions with no vocals on them. I think I might have just made these beats, put vocals on them, and threw away some of the beats. What is slow weed? Okay, that's an unfinished part that probably got slowed down way more. Okay, like for instance, though, like what that is, like what you're hearing here, is specifically this. So you take that and you slow that down a whole lot and layer it with another song, and you end up with Funeral for a Mall. Hold on, what was the other song that's mixed in there? Is it just like a bassoon performance or something? Shit, one of these is definitely the other song that's in there. Whatever. It comes out sounding like... that kind of beat.
Get up and sit it when I'm listening to Gollywog. Wishing I did it really to grip it. Flicker and flame in the distance. Says it'll hurt, but just rip it off. Probably wanna crack.
I always say cut it off, but it's rip it off. It'll hurt, but just rip it off. Yeah, I make weird beats.
Never stop to try to skip the hot blocks, spit the cough drops, drop the letterbox, walk around the Walmart crop, little fun and hot, talking like I had a tag, carry half a bag, call my man a fan, I'm not a manager.
How we doing, chat? Everybody still alive? Loving life at 9:50 on a Monday?
Never speak to fat. Nope. Drinking all the lead. Yep. Tend to hit my head. Ow. If you sleep in bed. Good night. What did you forget to get? Wanna make a bed? Probably not. Rip above the 3%. When I bought the red horse, you gotta look again. I'll suddenly open that shit. How'd you like to eat your friends? You wanna beat a dead horse till it revives again. Shall we let it end? I wanna live again. I wanna derail me to myself again. Experience again. We gotta make a friend. Stretch the flesh over a cactus and hug it in. Call it a lesbian. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me. God won't leave me. God won't leave me alone. God won't leave me. God won't leave me. God won't leave me. Whiskey tangle posture, searching good and costa. She show be show front club, blah fuck the non-stop. Whiskey tangle posture, searching good and costa. She show be show front club, blah fuck the non-stop. She show be show front club. She show be show front club, blah the non-stop. Blah the non-stop. She show be show front club. She show be show front club, blah the non-stop.
Voice in the background going shit, fuck. I would say that all of my music is probably Scaring the Hose music. Here's another. This is maybe my favorite beat that I've made.
shout aloud. I sing for you, shout aloud. Not for myself.
Yeah. And then you hear my version.
Look at what I just lifted.
They scared to ask me what I'm thinking, and I never tell how they got the room, but when my thinking starts to swell, pockets never fake it, break it like a soft shell crab on the teeth. Meet me with the bag out on the beach. I'm freezing to the touch. I'm easy to.
Some not strength, you can muster swing out. Eat that thing, bang, bang with some mustard. Spit on a day like I'm Buster. Here come Buster Bean. Bitch the same like your jeans with Gus voice. Clean up the game like an ace and tough voice. No dragon still dragon now. Dragon out sentence. Run on relentless never. Repentance I take and I take the rate. Get in my past tenses and my pretenses when my spirit is gin. Here you go, little homie. It's again out on the rent next month, little homie.
I totally forgot about that. I don't think that's been released in any capacity, but I totally forgot about that. It was a weird one, to say the least. Oh, man. Some unreleased tracks on here with me and Riley. Got some fucking, let's see, Trot Mania we just did. Unpaid Tolls. That's a Mel Redgrave beat. Folk Hell. Pretty much goes like that for like 10 minutes. I haven't released that one yet, but it's a dronerism song. Final. Just means final version of the beat. Oh, I have to pee again.
75-degree water found me fully submerged. Cold to make you feel harder, cling on every word. 75-degree water, what you heard. Cold to make you feel harder, theater of the absurd. Sink or swim, I'm growing gills. If you know me, might need pills. I stay out them crazy hills, 'cause that's where ladies getting killed. From the swamp out to the sea, till the day the people free. America all over me, black in my soul till it's clean. I'm an antibody on my body, on my body. Cure the rot that's all over your body and my body. 75-degree water found me fully submerged. Cold to make you feel harder, cling on every word. 75-degree water, what you heard. Cold to make you feel harder, theater of the absurd. You're way too serious, I'm playing with your mind. You think you're way up front, find out you're way behind. This life is serious, when it's game time, baby. Don't cover that shame, my baby. It's time to show the world I'm an antibody on my body, on my body. Cure the rackets all over your body, my body. I'm nobody, baby, nobody. What you want, just be discreet, baby. Don't talk about it. 75-degree water found me fully submerged. Cold to make you feel harder, cling on every word. 75-degree water, what you heard. Cold to make you feel harder, theater of the absurd. Take a lick, take three now, beach town, baby, with the sunburn beat down. Hit a lick, 33,000, just in the trousers, drown at the louder.
Wow. What a cute little song. I got a few more of those.
Hit him with the 44 billion mile sail. They ain't going nowhere, nowhere, nowhere. I don't need to know who the shooter is. Just stay out of my business. I keep it under control better than the government. Organized movement.
I don't relate to your image of me.
'Cause I live
Back here in the back of my ears, 44 billion miles away. Light from my eyes will reach you in just a few more days. I'm over there, over there, over there. I'm over there, over there, over there. Will you have you over? Can I have you over?
Can I have you over?
Can I have you over? Can I have you over? Can I have you over?
I'm not there all the time, you know.
Some people call it insane.
Yeah, they call it insane.
I get that stuck in my head all the fucking time.
I know what you think you've been hiding. It's written right in your feed. I sold you the thing you're biting.
You're clocked algorithmically.
I chose your schedule. I broke your mind.
I know your next move. You'll never know mine.
Wired up, a signal out. I know what you're all about. Put your hands up and turn around. Can't you hear that sound?
Ooh woo, ooh woo, ooh woo. It's the fuzzy wuzzy. Ooh woo, ooh woo, ooh woo. It's the fetty wetty. Ooh woo, ooh woo, ooh woo. It's the glowy wowy. Ooh woo, ooh woo, ooh woo. The government. Ooh woo, woo, woo. Ooh woo, woo, woo. Ooh woo, the ones who lend, it's the Fed, 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 it's the Fed. That's my theme song for the Feds. Alright, this is a demo of something I need a song built around this. Alright. How many me's in the room tonight? 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 Knives up, only one gets out alive. Let's take this fight up out of our minds. No sense in beating yourself blind. There is a me deep in you I'll find, and I'll fucking punch its lights out. How many me's in the room tonight? 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 Guns up, only one gets out alive. I'll beat the worst part of me out of you. Tear up the... This is in my imagination of how this song is supposed to sound with the heavy guitars would be the ultimate creating a mosh pit live song. Like this song is basically a challenge to everyone in the audience to start killing each other. Reminders of the truth. I'll always hate me more than I hate you. So when I find me in you, you're screwed. How many me's in the room tonight? 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 Fists up, only one gets out alive. I know I love my tricks. I know you ain't got shit. You look just like me, so I know that you must want to be hit. How many me's in the room tonight? 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 Swords up, only one gets out alive. Type shit. Yeah. It's kind of a similar energy actually to that what's it called? Fuck, I can't remember the name of the band. There's that song that's like, who gonna beat my ass? Who gonna beat my ass? Who gonna beat my ass? It's a good one. But actually what that song should sound like, because you said it sounds like a Sonic Adventure song, and what it's truly meant to sound like is a Mortal Kombat song. Who remembers this? If you remember this, we can be best friends. I'm gonna have to pause it and skip around so you don't get the copyright, of course. Imagine some shit that sounds like that. How many me's in the room tonight? How many me's in the room tonight? How many me's in the room tonight?
We're face to face. Loyalty is what I bet on and will fight.
I know who you are, the leader of lost souls. You can't kill me, I'm immortal. That type of shit. This is what it should sound like. My soul will travel on. You can't kill me, I'm immortal. 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 You know, that type of shit. How many me's in the room tonight? Who else remembers being 12? Who else remembers Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance and unlocking the music video as a special additional feature if you in the graveyard? Because in Mortal Kombat you gain points and then you spend them in the graveyard. F, am I down? Oh god. Is that an F because of I'm dead? Bitch, you're dead. As the great Kendrick Lamar once said. Followed up his Twitter and that shit is straight nasty. Everyday pictures of pics and states of cytoplasty. Okay. We've done some songs here. We've got words. I don't care about words. Pleased to Meet Ya is a song I still need to finish. Back into finished projects. Come on, send me to something I want to hear right now. Surely I want to hear something of my own creation at this very moment. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. Codeine and Roadkill. Incomplete song.
Trixie! Trial of the Golden Witch.
Just a baddie to
In the
me.
bitch. Face breaking your limbs like Billy the Fridge. Giving the dick to Billie Eilish. Olivia Rodrigo is as small as a stick. She probably break it half, getting it for making a stallion. I hold this shit down like Lizzo sitting on a bitch. Said I'm too old to crack, but Black Eyed Peas still making hits, so I don't see an issue. I'm blacker than Ariana Grande. I'm whiter than the color of a latte. I'm mixing up some tonic and some Bombay. Bitch, do not talk over my Beyonce. Bumpin' Rico Nasty, I'm in Rico Harbor. I'm a fire starter. Yes, me Larson, just like Danny Brown. Defend the honor, rest in power to the prodigy. The DMX and Doom, that's R&B 2020s. Be running with the casualties, but I'm still running madly through the trenches, making your defenses. Looks like bloggers talking shit about BTS. They'll lead you to tweeting out to get stressed and start chugging antidepressants, trying to suppress the part of the brain that's not really addressed with messages aesthetically dated and empty. Shot your top is already moved along from to the next. Cocker made me Prada, the Hawk and trying to
there was an original version of this song made on just like a free for profit beat that I had released on SoundCloud years ago. It was like 2021. And I had removed it, I think just because at the time I was like, I don't know if I really want my look to be dissing like every female MC that's out right now, or basically every female celebrity that was out at the time. I was really just trying to do an Eminem thing and be like, I'm going to diss everybody popular in a really funny way. So, you know, it starts off like bass breaking your limbs like Billy the Fridge giving the dick to Billie Eilish. And I wanted to have Billy the Fridge on this. So that's the reason this is an incomplete song, is that I was trying to make a second version of it that I could have Billy the Fridge feature on. I think I sent it to him and he never got back to me. Probably just didn't like it that much. It's not that great. It's okay. Honestly, the beat is a little nauseating. And, you know, it's just a goofy-ass Slim Shady song, so I'm not crying about it not being a complete song. I don't know how much everybody needs to hear me declare myself blacker than Ariana Grande, which was a lot funnier in 2021, because that was when Ariana Grande was, like, really dark, and everyone was talking about it. Oh, man. Anime Trap Bread, ooh, 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 ooh. Baby Rainy Daily. I'm looking forward to making another Baby Rainy Daily. I got a few songs for that written. Okay, I think you've probably heard the rest of this if you listen to my music at all. Let's see. Anybody got any ideas of what we could look at this here morning? We're all here together, enjoying our time on this earth, all at once, being one with the universe or something. Because if I wasn't live streaming right now, I'd just be watching Versus Wolves, and that probably doesn't make good stream to just like watch another podcast. Unless I was reacting to it, but there's not really much to say. It's a good show. If you haven't heard Versus Wolves, I'll just pitch it for you real quick, because this is what I've been listening to while I work lately. It takes, for me to do editing, like to actually get myself to sit down and do editing, I have to have like long form audio to listen to. And like most analysis videos are just a little too boring. You know, this is like enough of a variety show that I don't have to pay attention to it, but I can still understand what's happening, and it stays kind of exciting. But it's like a 3 to 4 hour podcast with Woolly Versus and Super Eye Patch Wolf. And the conceit is that on each episode, each of them is recommending the other one something usually that they personally like and that the other person hasn't experienced. Well, it has to be that they haven't experienced it yet. But like the first half of each podcast is just like catching up and talking about whatever. Like, I got into it specifically because the latest one was about the Boondocks and The Shining, and I'm like, oh, I like both the Boondocks and The Shining, so yeah, I'll check that out. And I just had no idea what the podcast was. Like, I thought it was going to be just the Boondocks versus The Shining. They don't talk about the Boondocks for the first hour and a fucking half. They talk about Absalom, whatever that is, Silk Song, Ghost of Yotei, you know, general stuff going on, the new Final Fantasy Tactics. They answer questions from Patreon, and then they finally do the sponsor segment. It's like 10 minutes of sponsor segment, and then you get into the actual reviews of the two things, and they talk about each of them for like a solid hour. It's like a whole hour on the Boondocks, a whole hour on The Shining. And it's also a little bit more complicated because it says The Shining, but actually he made him watch both the Shining movie and the Shining TV show that Stephen King did later because he didn't like the movie, and made him watch Room 323 or whatever, the movie about all the crazy theories that people have. But what makes this show great is that they're both wrestling fans who are both playing heel on one another. So this whole podcast, like the true meat of this, what makes this a great podcast, is these two are trying to psychologically fuck with each other constantly. And it's like a 4-hour tension build every episode. Because John, Eye Patch Wolf, for whatever reason, the way he communicates is that he has to create tension. Like, every story he tells, he starts it from, like, the earliest possible point and tells it in a way where he's, like, building up to some kind of twist, and then there's always a crazy twist. So these are some of the most fun podcasting stories you'll ever hear because of the way these two guys are both trying to play into this, like, competitive wrestling, like, we're both one another's arch enemy, but also best friend. Like, it's a very interesting energy that I've never really seen on a podcast because, like, conceptually, it's not that different from The Biggest Problem in the Universe, which is a show I've been had been listening to forever, but recently it's gotten too shit to continue listening to. But, the thing about Biggest Problem is that it's a show that's existed in two different forms. And in both forms, it started off with both hosts clearly trying to, like, do this bit. And then over time, in both cases, one of those people turned into such an insecure, weird lolcow that it totally changed the nature of the show. Like, in Biggest Problem, if you're watching the Maddox era or the Vito era, you either watch Maddox or Vito slowly become the least likable person you've ever seen. Like, the hardest person to grasp. How do they not understand what's going on? Like, how did they forget the point of their own show? Like, this is what it's like to watch a show like that if both guys clearly got the joke and we're never going to stop they're not, like, neither of these guys is a fucking idiot that you're gonna realize eventually is a fucking idiot. Like, at least I hope not. It doesn't seem that way. The show's already been going for 2 years, and every episode I've just been like, wow, these guys really have a good handle on how to do this type of a show in a way that no one else does, that I've seen. Have I heard why people are pissed about Metroid Prime 4? I heard that they gave you, like, a talking companion or something. Like, I've heard that it's not looking good. It's not looking like what anybody wanted from what I've heard. I haven't looked into it. I haven't looked at the footage or whatever. I'm scared. Airy Rude Boy asks, was I ever close to Super Eye Patch Wolf? No, but I have met him, and he is a cool guy. And generally, I like his content. So I have no personal beefs with him. I know that I was an influence on him, but also that he has a lot of influences. It's one of those things where I think inevitably, like, there's some people who I feel like would never have made the type of content that I do if I hadn't made it first. That's not how I feel about Patch Wolf. I feel like he inevitably was going to do this type of a thing anyways because he's just similar, like, has a similar approach to, like, thinking and living. Similarly with like a Matthew Matosis or something. Like, there's certain people who, like, this is just how they think and how they are, and they were always going to do that and be that way. And that's how I get from both of these guys. Like, the way this show is, it plays really well on just who these two dudes are. Eye Patch Wolf cannot help himself but want to be, like, a creepy, weird villain. He just can't help it. It's in his body. And, like, even though this show makes it into a joke, the fact that it comes so natural is really funny. Like, the fact that his natural state is to act like a over-the-top scenery-chewing villain. And Wooly's natural state is to be, like, the laid-back hero, like, the guy who, like, he might not say anything at first, but then when he opens his mouth, he says, like, the smartest shit you've ever heard, and you're like, oh, fuck, that guy is, like, serious. It's just perfect alchemy between these two. Rare to find. I don't get into new shows that often, so and I've marathoned most of it already in the last less than a month. What, 2 weeks? 2-3 weeks since I found this. 2 weeks ago, because it was when this episode came out. So I started with the Boondocks versus The Shining. I thought that was really interesting, and then I jumped back to Kendrick Lamar versus Kaiji, because obviously I'm a huge Kendrick Lamar fan, so I had to know how that conversation went. And I like Kaiji also, so that was an interesting one. And then I actually worked my way back to present, so I've seen all of those. Then I started back from the beginning, so now I'm working my way back up to Kendrick Lamar versus Kaiji. So I'm on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu versus Police Knots with like 7 more to go. And then when I run out of them, I'm going to be sad because I'm not going to have something to listen to while I edit. Unless I find something
Oh, I used to love this show.
Why is this happening to me? I didn't click shorts, or I did, but by accident. Okay. There are several NPCs that will occasionally help you out, but the specific clip that has been raging is Metroid Prime 4 meeting the engineer. Okay. Let's see what this is.
Oh, wow. Wow. What a mess.
Definitely looks like Metroid Prime. Which is to say it looks like a GameCube game.
On a planet, no hope of survival.
Why does it look like a GameCube game?
But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so... Win? Ugh. Okay. What now? Samus? Samus Aran?
Hey! Hey, Samus Aran! I'm stuck! Help me out! Oh! Please get me down. I'll just stay right here. Try not to die. Oh! I think it's working. Shoot some more.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay.
I have something for you.
This is the most a video game, like, you know, just a video game.
Ah! See? No biggie.
You could have convinced me that I was watching literally any video game other than Metroid if Samus wasn't there. If you took Samus out of that, you could have convinced me that was literally any game franchise other than Metroid. You could have told me that was a Ubisoft game. I'd have been like, obviously, that's a Ubisoft game. Like, the visual and sonic environment felt so much like Metroid Prime 1 that it was like fucking with my head. Because I'm like, this looks like I'm in a TV show Metroid. It felt like a Metroid Prime TV adaptation. That's what it felt like. This felt like if somebody tried to make a fucking Hulu TV show out of Metroid Prime. Could we not? Could we not make a Hulu TV show out of Metroid Prime?
Hey! Hey, Samus Aran! I'm stuck! Help me out! Oh!
What the heck is this?
Please get me down. Hey!
Yep, accurate. What the heck is this indeed? It was a very short. Okay. Wow. All right. Well, all right. Well, okay. If that's how you truly feel about it, then. I mean, I can't help but notice that my recent Metroid video is about how definitional the feeling of isolation is to the Metroid games. And the first thing you hear about Metroid Prime 4 is how not isolated you are. Like, okay, the way Samus walked into that room made it feel like that guy was the player character. Like, it feels weird if I was Samus up until that moment for me to cut away to somebody else and then introduce Samus, me, into the scene. That's super fucking awkward. I don't know if that's how it plays out, but that is... Maybe they're testing to see how we'd respond to a Metroid movie. Probably. Well, that was some interesting footage from the new Uncharted game where he goes to a mysterious alien world. Like, that was a very Naughty Dog to me. Like, the idea of you enter a room, there's like a new character with a quirky little personality, and then you gotta like help them join you. It's giving, like, you know, walking around with the ladders and like putting them on a place so a guy can like go up the like, it's just the like busy work gameplay shit that Metroid is specifically good for not having. So it's gonna be bad. It's not gonna be good. I'm sorry. I'm not shocked, but I am disappointed. when they said, don't worry, we've got Retro Studios back, I was like, those got worse over time. Yeah, like, Retro Studios, the vibe I get from all the research I've done was that they made Metroid Prime 1, like, very strictly adherent to Super Metroid's structure so that it wouldn't piss off Metroid fans. And then they kind of were like, okay, but now we want to do what we really want to do, which is, like, tell epic sci-fi stories. And it's like, Metroid's not really the medium for that, though. Like, it's not Mass Effect, and it shouldn't feel like Mass Effect when I'm watching the cutscenes, you know? But that's exactly what that felt like, with some Mass Effect 3 type, like, show up on an alien. It felt like the start of a side quest in Mass Effect. Like, that guy seemed like some character that's going to have, like, maybe 15 minutes of walking around as he cracks little jokes, and then, you know, he fucks off when he finds his thing, and then you don't have to talk to him ever again. Like, that's the vibe. Can't say I'm loving it. Cannot say I'm loving it. Kind of got to pee again. What is this? This looks cool. Sure, look at that while I go to the bathroom. Wow, what an interesting looking video game that was. Oh, it's a farming sim? What the fuck? It's got such an unnerving style, but it says it's a psychological horror RPG. Created by a pixel artist. That makes sense. Oh, she's mad cute. This outfit is cool. Is it a fucking farming sim or what? Whatever. I don't care. I don't play video games. I don't know why I pretend I do. Bullet hunters. That looks sick too. No, we won't be distracted. Don't be distracted. How much of fucking Impossible Soul by Sufjan Stevens could I play before the stream got taken down? It's a 25-minute song. This is
okay,
cute.
So just to get straight into the point, technically this is not my first ever video on YouTube, but rather my first video back after over 5 years of just not posting on this account. My first video on this account was actually around 7 years ago when I was like 10, and
Okay, I don't really care actually. I just want to see your cute character design, but you ain't talking about nothing interesting. Ketchup, mustard. I'm feeling it. Gotta get more coffee. on another pot soon. I love them. Lustig puppy. Trans music and the desire to exist. That sounds interesting.
It's hot, it's please, it's 100 degrees. Apply the lotion and swimming.
I'm not trans, but I'd like to believe I can pick up on patterns. I don't know how trans or not trans.
I'm sorry, we have to just hear that song because some of y'all don't know that song. I'm sitting here like, we got people in the chat who do not know Doritos and Fritos. And that's a way more important first step here. Come on. Get your mind right! I'm gonna lose monetization on this stream. Okay, I went to France to get some new pants. I went to Greece to get something to eat. Hot SD. I got the lyrics wrong. It's 100 degrees. Sounds so loud, it hurts my brain, brain. Doritos and Fritos! Doritos and Fritos! Doritos and Fritos! Doritos and Fritos! Eating burritos with Danny DeVito. I'm weak at the knee. I'm going for a circus. She'll turn you to stone. Alright, you get the point. It's Doritos and Fritos. It's just one of the best songs ever written. And that's what you needed to know before you can get further into it. How many times did I press back? I hear it, but I don't see it is the problem I'm having here. Is that I can hear the video, but no matter how many times I click back or forward on my mouse, it doesn't return to me. So we're not watching that video anymore. We got the important part. You all heard Doritos and Fritos. Doritos and Fritos! What, this looks cute. What's going on here? Is this another fucking farming game? Cat. Nope. This beat will make you feel things you never felt before. All right. Have you ever had that what is this feeling that I'm feeling, baby? Have you ever had that I'm feeling, baby? What is this feeling that I'm feeling, baby? The essence of existence is within the positioning of the particles consistent with identity, so such as being. No, I don't like that. I gotta have something that fits on this. Cozy in bed ain't trying to. No. Hold on. I got something for this. What is this feeling that I'm feeling, baby? Yeah. it is my destiny to be an OG MC eventually. So the present means prepping for inevitability. Damn it, no, none of these fucking bars fit this beat. I have nothing that fits this. Wait, maybe I do. Eternally return. Just, no, it's too slow. This beat is so slow that my voice can't even go that slow. How do I rap slow enough for this beat? All my bars are like fast. Gotta rap like Mike or Earl on these type of beats? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I could do an Earl song. Promise and run, I put my fist up after I get my dick sucked. Quick buck, maybe a gold chain. With that sense of flow that so belittles men, they tentatively tend to turn and go when I am finished stone cold. Probably. That's really funny, but it you know, flow wise it works. In terms of tone, it's not even remotely correct, but it's the only Earl Sweatshirt song I could know the words to off the top of my head. More music. I'm in a musical state of mind at this moment. Hexagoon? What is that? Is that a beat? Doesn't sound like a beat. Let's try free for profit anime type beat. Let's see what we get. Gotta rap like New Earl. I don't know enough words of New Earl. Ghost in the Shell. That's Ghost in the Shell. You a hell of a host. That's about all I can think of. Okay. Anime type beat. Hey, I've used a brownie beat before, I think. Young brownie. Okay, there is a bass drum. I was like, is there bass? There we go. Yeah. Alright. Here's a preview of some Baby Rainy Daily I got coming. Make a homophobic rapper choke my motherfucking dick to death. Baby Rainy Daily, I am crystal meth. Lady Bathory, when I snap it's bloodbath of me. Rap on me, I'll put you over edge of a balcony. Falconry, when my bursts descend, you will see your end. Come with fewer friends and back of feet than enemies. I bet if forced to med, pretend you didn't hear my shit again. I've got a burning desire to fire this rifle I trifled last weekend. Burn us to flyers, return turners to dyers. Burn it to fire, it doesn't. Giving a fuck's what it doesn't. Eat you in front of your cousin. Meet you at one with a dozen in the magazine. I handed you inside a magazine so you can fire the uninspired half of your team and come follow me through the hollow tree into Halloween Town. We frown for fun, we drown fash punks. We gown and mask up, pound 10-pound shrubs through bongs, 12-pound butts through thongs. All along the watchtower we've been growing pungent flower, punching cowards off the towers and becoming more powerful. I devour until I am full but never bloat. I don't gotta say I float, underwater swimmer, run proper winter under much duress without stress. I suggest the sinners listen up, you should stop giving a fuck. Don't give a fuck and not give one fuck. Something like that. J-Rock X anime opening X metal type beat. Okay. This makes me want to Kuzubo Shima Kiramiku. No, I hate this. I hate it. That was terrible. Ugh. Okay, drown that out of my brain. Let's try. I'm just gonna load up a static select a beat because I have a lyric that references the idea of being.
suggest you not select static, cause I'm grabbing static, select the beat and do what I do. Heat to get through to you, move the news about your cranium with my insanely huge magnum. Fascist 55 muzzle still alive, driver don't drag him. You can move or die, who am I? Trial of the golden witch, funky bitch, chunky chicks, use the hips to move the scary bitches out the front. Who can stunt the hardest? Show me something nuts. I'm impervious to disturbance and my purpose is to pull you all beneath the surface till you grow your lungs. Puncture what you love, punch you in the drugs, punk you in the PayPal. Stay proud, pay me in the mouth, roll a paper cloud, pray for sound. Perfectly pronounce a pretty picture to the people who don't pinch my pronouns. Don't just bounce, bitch, pounce. Peter Piper picked a perfect fit to put a pretty little puppy in. Peppercorn and cinnamon, please save my earth. Please ain't been hurt. Peas and corn, goat, mashed potatoes, that's shepherd's pie. I identify, but yours is more like cottagecore. The moat between us is as wide as Arizona gorgeous. The men and women I saw were often gorgeous to my view. When I zone in, I put on forces by Hirasawa Susumu. Important that you do not do what you see me do without practice. I'm not an actress so much as just batshit nuts. I'm not an actress so much as just batshit nuts. I'm not an actress so much as just batshit nuts. I'm not an actress so much as just batshit nuts. It's batshit nuts. Yeah.
I like that. That static selector sure does know how to make some damn fine beats. I really like... static selector just rhymes with lots of good stuff, so I like throwing it into my... Anytime I'm coming up on something that rhymes with static, I'm like, it's time to make a static selector reference. What was the last one I did it in? It was Big... Not Big Lung Runner, the first song on the new album. So I say something about, like, select a beat selection, stay in slender lanes or something. Is it here? I think. Is it in here? Oh. Maybe it's not in that song. Is it in Big Lung Runner? Which song has this part where I say, like, select a beat selection bait, stay in slender lanes, pack out lanes, and leave them bleeding like... No, leave them leaden like a paper bled my rap. I stay strapped up so I can blow away enemies like anime energy beams. Fuck, I can't remember my own fucking songs. Discombobulate? Oh, no. No one else knows my songs well enough to tell me either. No! Like selected beats. Yeah, okay, here we go. It's here. It's in Weeble. It's Weeble. Rationale? Nah, National Geopathic. Crashing out on National TV Static. Like selecta, beat selection, stay in slender lanes. Pack out lanes and leave them stretchers leaden like a paper bled my rap. Leave them stretchers leaden like a paper bled my rap. I forgot that's what that lyric was. These lyrics are so goddamn good. When will my day come? When will the world recognize me as one of the great lyricists? Surely. I'm not putting in all the effort for nothing. I stay stacked up so I can blow away an enemy like anime energy beams. Enemy like anime energy beams. It just sounds so good. So I can blow away an enemy like anime energy beams. Busting up your local seam. Flood it till the seams stretch. Like the marks all up my legs and stomach. Ah well. It's not a lyrical world. It's a strong desire for $25 kind of a world. I've gotten, you know, sometimes you like make a joke and you're like, it's mid, like, you know, it's mid, but then it, like, everyone thinks it's funny. I made a bisky post skeeted, I guess. Ugh. 6-7 is actually a minimalist reconstruction of the 7-8-9 joke. I've got 15 likes and 2 reskeets on that. And I'm like, isn't that funny? Whatever. The worst feeling is when you're mad that something you did is more liked than something else you did. It's just like, it's always a feeling of like, fuck, if only that 15 likes could have been transferred over to this other meaningful thing that you said, and not simply, hey everybody, 6-7, am I right? Because that's all this is. I was just like 6-7, we're like 7-8-9. And like, I thought about structuring it, like my original joke structure was going to be something like, you know, back in the day, we used to have to flesh out our jokes. You know, you'd have a whole setup and a punchline. Why was 6 afraid of 7? It's 7-8-9. Now it's just 6-7, and that's. But I figured just saying it's a minimalist reconstruction of the 7-8-9 joke. It makes it so it doesn't create any. It doesn't create a need for old versus young, you know. So it's something that everybody could appreciate. Just because I put that level of thought into it doesn't mean I'm proud of it, though. It's always the stuff artists shit out that gets the most likes and views, not the stuff they're actually passionate about. Yeah, I mean, that's inevitable. And in this case, it's because I'm referencing a current cultural event that people are... It's in people's heads. You know, 6-7 is a thing people are thinking about. If I tweet about how good, you know, a song I heard a year ago or whatever is, like, nobody cares. They probably haven't heard of the song, you know, but... Everybody knows 6-7. 6-7. Come on. I think everyone knows 6-7. I can never tell what anyone knows anymore. I feel so distant from culture. I feel like I can never tell what's actually relevant or popular unless it's like exceedingly obvious. Nisa said, same, I live in my own head, basically. Yeah, we're in the brain network. And the Discord. I live basically on YouTube, Blue Sky, Instagram, Discord, and you know, Norfolk, Virginia. I had to put it into the different layers. I have heard the kids at my work say 6-7 so much I cannot fathom anyone over the age of 9 thinking it's funny. Oh, well, you clearly haven't spent enough time around Bird, because he's been saying 6-7 as much as he possibly can to piss off everyone his own age. I think it's hilarious because to me it's the same joke that will always be told in a new form every year. How do I piss off people who think too much? Like, there's always a joke where the joke is that if you think about it, you lose. You know, like The Game is a perfect example. I just lost the game. Like, losing the game is very similar to 6-7. Like, the point is to make you think a pointless thought. The point is like, hey, I'm doing something that doesn't mean anything, and you're paying attention to that. Aren't you a fool? You know? But I'm very embracing of it. I'm like, yeah, sure, I lost the game. You know, I'll lose the game again right now. I'm about to lose the game 25 times in a row. In fact, let me 6-7 while I lose the game. You know, like, I'm ready to fully indulge, fully walk into the ocean of memes, and just drown in it. Twitter looking like 4chan. That's been for a few years. That's been for a little while. Mostly, I mean, it had to, right? 4chan had to go somewhere. Like, they weren't going to stay on 4chan. So it makes sense that Twitter looks like 4chan now. It's just funny that it's so, like, mainstream. Like, the news talks about Twitter, and it's like if the news was reporting on 4chan. Which, in fairness, back in the day, we thought it was weird that they weren't. Like, it did seem weird that in the early days of the internet that so much newsworthy shit was happening and the regular news just wasn't talking about it because it's literally incomprehensible to people above a certain age who are the main people that consume news. We had memes like this when I was in high school, and I found them annoying then too. Yeah, I found that kind of stuff a lot more annoying back then. Not as much anymore. I don't find anything annoying anymore. Except for myself. I'm just fascinated. Like, to me, it's I'm beyond the point of like looking for things to be for me. I'm just looking for things to exist, and then I can like study them, you know? Like I'm just fascinated whenever somebody like does anything or says or thinks anything. I'm just like, I'm more interested in why they're doing that than I am in whether or not it's a good, you know, like whether it benefits me or makes me feel like it's fun, you know? 2016 was when we hit meme bedrock society. The Harambe thing made me want to turn the internet off. Oh, come on. Dicks Out for Harambe is a classic. What made me insane during all of that was that there's a joke in the Boondocks where the irresponsible white professor is at school teaching like African American histories, and he's teaching them the Harambe salute, and he's going Harambe, Harambe, and I cannot believe that didn't become a part of the Dicks Out for Harambe meme. It was just a little too early. Like, the Boondocks is now caught on, weirdly. Like, not even in 2016 was the Boondocks nearly as popular as it is now. But I feel like that meme could have been a nice marriage. Harambe! Yeah, no, the only reason to communicate really is, like, to be annoying, I think. So I get it. I get why people are doing it. I'm trying to think of what I could do to be annoying right now. What's the most annoying, like, couple of words I could say? I can't think of anything. I'm not naturally good at being as annoying as possible. I remember years ago reading your blog site about Afro Samurai and Boondocks. Wow, I forgot about that. That definitely happened. Let me screen that and make sure it's not something I should never let see the light of day before I throw that on screen. What did I write about Boondocks? Oh, right. It's me complaining about how I don't like the way that fights are directed in Afro Samurai because I prefer the way they're directed in the Boondocks. And I was just like, if you're going to do, like, anime style Western, you know, animation, do it this way. Or if you're going to do Chanbara flicks in, like, a blaxploitation setting, do it this way, I guess is what I was going for. Yeah. I've been tapped into your channel for like a decade, just never commented on your videos for years. I like to comment on live streams. Indeed. I definitely recognize your name from like a decent ways back. I really need to watch more Boondocks. I've only seen bits and pieces, but it's always great. Very, very much recommended, especially because they just talked about it on the new Versus Wolves in that, at least the first season, which is what drew me into to watching it. If you ever want to go ridiculously in-depth, I think part of why the Boondocks has gotten more popular is because of this channel, The Storyteller. Is this the right guy? No, this isn't the same Storyteller. Why do you have to have such a generic name on your channel, sir? This one. Okay, all one word. That's what I wanted. This person has covered the Boondocks in, like, the most obsessive imaginable depth. Like, and also, obviously, a big Sonic fan. But like just tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of videos about the history, about the, you know, like background information, analysis, takes, all kinds of shit. Anything having to do with the Boondocks. You open your mouth about the Boondocks loud enough, Storyteller's gonna have a response. Great channel. If you want to go ridiculously in depth. And yeah, they are also, let's see, there was a really good Sonic video they made last year. Sonic and Existentialism. There was another Sonic. Ranking every Sonic game. I remember the Sonic and Existentialism one being interesting. The Wretched of the Sonic. I don't remember that one. Anyway, you get the point. It's a Boondocks channel, primarily. I am the stone that the builder refused. I am the visual, the inspiration that made the ladies sing the blues. Good morning, no thank you. What are we doing now? I don't know. I ran out of ideas. And that tends to lead to beatboxing. Yeah. The style and the kids checking for it. My number one suggestion is you motherfucking for it. Got bored of the bullshit, older the new shit. Cool it, bitch, in the switch hole, school brick. Cut over your genital, swap them, kill a couple cops and set your fucking block on fire, start over. Put a Range Rover through Fort Knox, kill a couple more cops and burn the Federal Reserve. Stab a perv in the throat, swear slash clip Joe Rogan on your way to Elon Musk. I see that motherfucker dusted in a duster with a cluster bomb. I said off goes kabam. You motherfuckers don't know me. I'm crazy as shit and I'm OG Trixie Goldie. What if I started doing Eminem covers in Mickey Mouse voice for this stream? Eminem song. Houdini? No. Without Me? Maybe. No, the funniest one would be When I'm Gone. Are you not interested in learning about the bad cabbage? I don't know what that is. Bad cabbage? Bad? You wrote bad like a good kid Mad City is written. Ho! Have you ever loved someone so much you'd give an arm for? Not the expression, no, literally give an arm for. When they know they're your heart, and you know you are their armor, and you will destroy anyone who would try to harm her. But what happens when karma turns right around to bite you, and everything you stand for turns on you to spite you? What happens when you become the main source of her pain? Daddy, look what I made. Dad's gotta go catch a plane. Daddy, where's Mommy? I can't find Mommy. Where is she? Well, I don't know. Go play, Haley. Baby, your daddy's busy. Daddy's writing a song. The song ain't gonna write itself. I'll give you one underdog, then you gotta swing by yourself. Then turn right around on that song and tell her you love her. And put hands on her mother, who's a spitting image of her. That's Slim Shady. Yeah, baby, Slim Shady's crazy. Shady made me, but tonight, Shady's rockabye baby. Where's the fucking part where he's having the dream? I keep having this dream. I'm pushing Haley on the swing. She keeps singing. She don't want me to sing. Oh, it's verse 2. Oh, God. That song is long as fuck. Look up game bad cabbage. Okay. Bad cabbage. Okay, I got nothing. Do I need to type game? Game bad cabbage? Cabbage. I'm just getting cabbage. I'm just getting cabbage. Oh, good game, bad. Good game. Okay, hold on. I misread you here. Good game, bad cabbage. The good game, bad cabbage. I'm not getting what I think I'm supposed to be getting here. All right, let's see if YouTube, let's see if Google for some reason is just not. Okay. This is 2.5 hours long.
This green ball has taken up a month of my life. You see, I came across this Tumblr post about a poorly animated cabbage. The post reads as follows. I heard reference to something about how all anime are required to have good-looking cabbage because of that one time. So simply looking up anime cabbage, I found the source. Some harem anime way back in the day had an episode where the characters cooked. And they animated cabbage so terribly like this, it left a bad mark on the anime community forever.
What?
Apparently this is part of the reason why all food usually looks good in anime. Even more
What?
more so than the regular show sometimes, with cabbage being especially well drawn. Attached to the post are various images. 3 screenshots of the cabbage in question, an image of what the post calls a complaint apparently in paper, 2 stills from the reanimated version which the post calls the international release, showing a higher quality cabbage, 2 stills from other shows seemingly referencing the low quality cabbage, and then going on to mention an at the time recent
What is
Hololive
fucking
stream.
happening here? Is this for real? This can't be, like, you're gonna prove how, like, dumb this is, right? Like, or not, like, is it really that anime can't have bad cabbage or whatever? Is that real?
Which also referenced this old cabbage. In the replies, OP links a glass reflection video from 2021 that pretty much covers the same points in slightly more detail, which I've linked in the description. Something about
What
this
in the
post
fuck?
stuck in my mind, partially because one
I fucking can't stand anime fans. Who cares about the fucking cabbage? Like, it's just a green circle. You understood what it was.
of the examples of a reference to the cabbage incident I immediately recognized as being from Hidamari Sketch, which just so happens to be my personal favorite anime of all time. More specifically, the shot is from Hidamari Sketch Season 1 Episode 11, and shows Miyako holding up a cabbage which has been rendered as just a photograph of an actual cabbage. But was Hidamari Sketch really referencing that specific cabbage?
I doubt it, because Hidamari Sketch just uses live action for every piece of food in the show, so...
If you've seen the show, the screenshot might not be as weird as it first appears. While the details are murky, Hidamari Sketch Season 1 is well known for having been produced under some sort of severe budget or time constraint, resulting in Studio Shaft implementing a number of techniques to stylize the show while also cutting costs and production time. One such technique is making heavy use of real-life photography pasted in collage style. This, along with other measures of abstracting the visuals while
I never took that to be something they were doing for, like, budgetary reasons or whatever. I mean, obviously, like, Studio Shaft never had any fucking staff or any fucking money until after Monogatari and Madoka. But, and, like, I shouldn't even say after. I should say that, like, you know, because those shows weren't even fucking finished when they went to air because they were so understaffed and, like, it just seems like something they were doing. I don't see how it's easier to, like, to implement a photo of a cabbage than it would be to draw the cabbage in. To me, it just seems like a thing they were doing because it's cool, you know? Like I think, I guess what I'm trying to say is I think too much has been made out of the idea that Shaft is, like, less capable than other studios and therefore did all these experimental things as just, like, anime is cheap. Anime is always cheap. It's always about finding a way around, a special way to do it. And Shaft just found more interesting, more standout, like more unique ways to do things than other studios. And like, I think it's hard to raise the uniqueness without raising the budget unless you do it in a way where it's almost drawing attention to how cheap it is. And so I think that if you're used to anime and then you see this show that looks more unique but also cheaper, you think, oh, it must be like a trade-off type of a thing. And it's to me, it's more like every studio could be doing it this way. They're just choosing it to do it a more boring way that more people accept, Does it make sense? Am I making sense here? Anyway, I'm not watching anymore. This is 2.5 fucking hours long. You didn't give me any money. I need $25 now. You ain't got nothing for me. No, thank you. You got nothing for me except anime talk. You know I don't care about anime. You know how long it's been since I've seen Hidamari's sketch? 15 fucking years. At least. Actually, yeah, 15 years. That sounds right. I probably watched season 2 15 years ago. So I remember watching it in my college break room. At good old community college. Let's see if I got any new comments I haven't responded to. Nope. All responded. And you never finished it. That's true. Imagine if I had. Then I would have finished Hidamari's sketch already. And I would be going, like, I'm only 35. So let's say I live to be 90. I would have to go more than half of my life with no new Hidamari sketch to watch if I finished it right now. If I finished Hidamari sketch right now, there would never be new episodes for me to watch for 45 more years. As it stands, I could go 20 years without watching that Hidamari sketch last 2 seasons and then watch it and be like, holy fuck, like, oh my god, anime was still good, blow my own little mind. It is sad. However, you can read the manga. Why would I do that instead of just watching the anime? I don't feel like the Hidamari sketch manga is as good as the anime, but I've only read the first volume. Listen to Poodu Poodu Pooduing through a wall for 1 hour. Don't tempt me. You can rewatch it, but then I won't get the experience of seeing something new that is cool, I don't know. You don't want to blow through everything that you know is good and then be stuck with nothing left and like waiting for new shit to come out that's good, because it might not. What if everything that you would ever have liked is already out and then you consumed all of it and now you have to wait? That sucks, I'm not in a hurry to get through it all, because there's not that much of it. There's not that much truly exceptional stuff. And when you finish it, there's not any left to discover. I already feel like I already know all of the good anime. Like, regardlessly of having seen them, I already know what they all are. Like, if I found out that there was an anime I've never heard of that would be, like, super to my taste and is legitimately great and came out before 2020, I would be shocked. I would be legitimately shocked if somebody found me an anime that I've never heard of that I would love from before 2020. Did I ever do a slice of life anime tier list? No, but I did make the big cute girls chart, and No Thank You has done something kind of similar to that, I think. This isn't where I wanted to go. I want to go here. Let's see. Collected obscure links in archival channels. Charts get out of there. Charts I made. Okay. And then we'll scroll down to, should be a giant cute girls doing cute things. Chart by category. So this isn't really a tier list as much as it is just like all of the decent shows about cute girls, but in different categories. So you got, you know, high school, after school clubs, doing fun stuff, doing supernatural stuff, doing sports, doing badass action, and it just goes down and down and down and down and down and down and down. And just because I know there are this many is why I don't want to have to make a tier list, because that would take a while. Sir Louise said, this is why I like music. I've been listening actively since I was 12, and I've never ever hit the ceiling, not even close. Yes, exactly. I'm also big into music and having that same experience of like, I'm not at all shocked to find out that there's like a 70s artist I've never heard of who's a legend and who is super important to everything I've ever cared about, because like there's just an impossible amount of music, and it's been around for a long time, and it's been great for a long time, you know? I just started actually actively listening to Stevie Wonder. This is a perfect example of, since I was literally 5, I have known that Stevie is one of the greatest. Like, I've always known, like, if you think great musicians, Stevie Wonder's there. He's on the list. I've known songs of his since I was 5. You know, I've the Red Hot Chili Peppers cover of Higher Ground was like one of the first songs I ever remember like learning as a kid. So like this is already a case of like I stashed this away, like thinking one day I'm gonna get into Stevie Wonder and I'm gonna understand Stevie Wonder and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna get why this is so good. And now I'm there. It's 30 years later. I've known about Stevie Wonder for 30 fucking years, and never once had I been like, I'm gonna throw on an album. Like, I'm going to go find a Stevie Wonder album and put it on. And I did. Deeply Zinc says songs in the key of life, greater than, greater than, greater than. And that one is great, and I listened to that as one of the ones I've heard because it's the one that, like, people kind of bring up the most. The man had so many albums. Like, that one is longer than fuck, too. So I think a lot of people are like, if I'm just going to be in the Stevie head space, I might as well just throw on songs like Key of Life, let it go all fucking day. But, like, for instance, a few years earlier than that, Inner Visions from 1973. I thought I'll start with that because it has Higher Ground on it, the original. And it's 9 tracks that are all great. Too High, the opener, amazing. Living for the City, amazing. Golden Lady, amazing. Like, you just listen to it and you're like, yeah, this is what good music sounds like. This is like what obviously good music sounds like. That like nobody's gonna hear it and go, what's this fucking shit, you know? Unless they're really insecure about hearing something that sounds good, you know, enjoying life or whatever. And that's just one guy, you know, that's just one dude who's made a bunch of great music that I can now dig into. So yeah, it's always very gratifying to realize that there's so much good that's still out there. But like in something like anime, where it's only, you know, a 70-year-old medium, and it's not nearly as easy to put out as music, you know. As much anime comes out, and there's a lot, it's like 60 shows a season, there's way more than 60 albums coming out every season, you know. And it's just a bigger, it's global, you know. Anime, you're talking about like one little incestuous animation industry on a little island, you know, and with music, you're talking about all musicians in the world. So yeah, there's definitely way more that can be found in that realm. You know, as a hip hop listener, I'm closer and closer to thinking that I can do with hip hop what I've done with anime, which is get to that point of just knowing all of it. Because hip-hop as its own genre is only 50 years old. It just had its 52nd birthday. And the greatest rappers are all exactly that age. Like, all the very best rappers are exactly 52. Malice, 52. Black Thought, 52. Fucking Nas, 52. So people who were born the same year that hip-hop started are the people who grew up with it existing their whole lives and therefore are just the best at it, if they caught on to it that early. And I don't think it would take that much – I don't think it would take that many years of dedicated effort to have heard every hip hop album that I was ever going to care about, with the exception of super obscure shit that nobody knows about that I would then have to spend years digging through, to find all of. But as like a subset of music, I think hip hop and anime are very comparable in the way that anime is a subset of film and hip hop is a subset of music, and each of them has its own like cultish kind of weird little culture, its own existence outside of the rest of it, Yeah, anime is also becoming global these days. That's true. But it's and I've gotten to a point where I just call everything anime. Like in my real life, because online it confuses the fuck out of people when I'm like, we're going to watch an anime, and then I put on like a live action thing. They'll be like, you said anime. In my real life, if I see Bird watching a fucking show, I'm like, what's that anime? How is the anime? Like, they're literally all animations. All film is animation. So as far as I'm concerned, it's fucking anime. I was disappointed to realize how limited the pool of truly great video games is. Interesting you say that, because I don't feel that way, but I don't know why. Because I feel like games are theoretically harder to make than anime, but there's way more of them. Like, there's way more people making games. And so there ends up being lots of just weird, interesting shit in the gaming world. I feel like maybe I'm saying this because my list of games that I want to play is like several hundred games long. Like, there's so many supposedly amazing games that I've just never even touched, So, like, to me, that feels like a way more vast world than anime. I thought the games must be a medium of endlessly cool shit by now, but the amount of indie games I actually enjoy is tiny. Yeah, it definitely depends. I mean, in part on like what are your genres? I mean, like, part of this also, and this comes down to any medium, right? Like, sometimes you're gonna really love the stuff that other people love, and sometimes your favorite things are gonna be the things that no one's fucking talking about at all. Like, my album of the year this year is Country by Cleo Reed. I have seen zero discussion of this album outside of my own Discord. I know Nisa has heard it. I know Tanya's heard it. I bet Sarah's maybe given it a listen. I don't remember if she talked about it. No one's fucking talking about Country by Cleo Reed on the internet. And I'm like, that's the best album of the year. And then with video games, last year, Caravan Sandwich. Loved that game. Loved the fuck out of Caravan Sandwich. Zero discussion have I seen of it online. It was nominated for some kind of indie game award that it didn't win. It was nominated for Best Story at the Indie Game Awards. Didn't win. So nobody's going to care. Thank you. Just sent me £20 for the cabbage video essay. Why couldn't you do it on Venmo or Cash App? Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's probably because you're European and they probably don't even have the same payment processors. It's okay. We'll watch it. We'll check it out. We'll go back. What was the search? Whatever. We'll go to your channel. £20 through my Cash App would have really set me straight. This is the wrong no. Is this the right one? Which channel? Is it on Uoyuak? That one. Ueknyachton? Yeah, here we go.
While saving animation time came to be hallmarks of the show's unique stylization, even in later seasons after it's clear that they...
Your Stuff is Cool says, yeah, in Canada, Cash App and Venmo don't work. Why no PayPal? Because my PayPal doesn't work and it won't let me use it. Aside from Cash App and Venmo, I often advise that if you are from somewhere outside of the America, that you go to Itch.io and just buy one of my things on Itch.io, because Itch.io works all over the world and it pays me like the next day. It's not quite immediate. which is what I love. I love that immediate. I love to just get money and spend it like as soon as fucking possible. Like when I do these live streams and people send me Venmo money, I take that Venmo money and I go straight to buy whatever I wanted.
They were no longer under the same production constraints. In fact, in the same episode where the cabbage is from, we can see a number of other examples where random objects are represented by photographs rather than drawings, like Yuno's alarm clock or these.
Okay, but for real, Gigadonk, play Caravan Sandwich. Just play it. Just go play it. Go play the game. Go play that video game. I hope everybody understands that when I talk about something like this and I'm like, oh, Caravan Sandwich, I love this game. What I'm like, the coded messaging underneath that is, if you don't play this fucking game, I am never going to shut up about it. I'm going to fucking haunt you. I'm going to come into your room and I'm going to talk about it while you're sleeping and incept it into your brain. I'm going to stand at your fucking bedside and whisper into your ear, Caravan Sandwich, Caravan Sandwich, Caravan Sandwich, Caravan Sandwich. That's how I feel when I tell people that they need to check something out. You don't understand. This is a moral imperative. Oh, boy. You have 300 stuck in your PayPal because it doesn't want to recognize your bank account? That sucks. I hate having money trapped in fucking the internet. I've lost a lot of money that way, too. Like, stuff just getting, like, held up in a weird place. Way back. I'm trying to remember. I know there was a story like this where I must have lost, like, a few $100s just through, like, something wouldn't connect to another thing, and then it just was gone. Oh, or all my fucking stock money, because I owed stocks and I can't get into my stocks trading account. So that's a good example. Like a couple $100 in stocks, I don't know what they're worth anymore. Okay, anyway.
These skin
Bad
products
cabbage.
or these photographs which are represented by photographs, which is a bit meta. And the show is also notable for using this technique especially when it comes to food and drink. Again, just in the same episode there's a packet of crisps and some cups of tea, a mug and a teapot, a bowl of various snacks. Even in the same scene as the cabbage there's other food items, apple slices, hot dogs and a bottle of mayo, all represented by photos. It's fair to say that food being represented by photographs is a staple of Hidamari Sketch's unique visual presentation throughout the show. And it comes up a lot since it's a slice of life anime where characters are constantly.
Gigadonk, you think that the visual aesthetic of Caravan Sandwich is generic? That's the last word I would have used to describe that aesthetic. Because I don't think there's another game that looks like it at all. You've intrigued me with your statement. Now I need to look at it and be like, what are you talking about? Generic. Yeah, I literally don't think another video game looks like this that I can think of. I was immediately drawn to the aesthetic. This was a game, the reason I have this game is that this image right here showed up on my Steam the day the game came out, and I went, oh, that's for me, and I just bought it, like, instantly. Big yellow van, big blue open sky, desert setting. It's more of a beach, but it's like a desert, like a desertified beach, and there's sandwiches. I was like, I couldn't all the characters are like non-binary or trans. That was another thing. I couldn't tell the main character's gender, and that drew me to it really quick. I was like, oh, I can't tell if that's a man, woman, or non-binary. And I do believe Sauge is a woman, but they never specify. She could be trans, she could be non-binary or whatever, but I think they refer to her with she pronouns. I'm actually not even sure. There are definite canon trans characters in this game, though, so it's more so the color palette and smooth cel-shaded textures. But that's the part I'm saying I don't know another game that looks like that. Like, maybe I don't know enough indie games, but I don't know a game that looks like this other than this game. To me, it's very unique.
hanging out and eating snacks. So it's hard to say that this cabbage was really meant to be a reference to the poorly animated cabbage incident. The other example from the post comes from Hayate the Combat Butler, and it bears a much closer resemblance to the original poorly animated cabbage. So it seems to me that this really was supposed to be a direct reference. But with Hidamari's sketch, we can't say for certain. In the context of the scene, the cabbage comes up as part of a joke.
The Witness was the first thing you thought of. Interesting. I can see that, actually, now that you mention it. That's that puzzle game, right? The first person. Okay, yeah, I can see this. It's a little more like Minecraft-y in this case. Specifically, Caravan Sandwich is supposed to look like Florence, France. Just basically this whole southern France region. I think it's called Florence, right? I didn't get that wrong. France South. Yeah, like this. It's supposed to be this aesthetic. Southern France. It's a French game. These kind of aesthetics.
The other characters have brought along regular foods shaped into animals to eat on their trip to the zoo. But when it's Miyako's turn, she brings out a whole cabbage from her bag. The joke being that you wouldn't expect someone's packed lunch to just be a whole cabbage. It's already...
By the way, if you do want to find cool indie games, use itch.io, because, like, the fucking tags on here are so good. Hold on. How do I get out of... I want to go to the site. Thank you. Okay. If you go over here and just start putting in like specific tags like LGBT and apparently I have to verify that I'm a human. Let's see. We want LGBT. Oh, do I already have all these tags on right now? No, these are tags I can select. Okay. We're going to pick female protagonist. And, oh, this already looks neat. What's this about? Symbiosis. Probably a visual novel. Oh my god, I'm just in it already. Okay. Sure.
Deep within the forest there is a grove where the tree branches grasp and claw at your neck, and the air is a thick miasma choking the very life out of you. In the center of the grove lies the witch's house, arrogant, mighty, and wretched. Having forsaken all good company save her monstrous creations, the witch toils away at her projects day in and day out without a care. However, once in a blue moon, a traveler vanishes into the mist, never to be seen again. Rumors dance about these poor souls. Some say they lost their way in the forest. Okay, yeah. Show me what the Oh, it's got fucking 90s breakbeat. What the fuck? Let's go. Looks like Pokemon, sounds like Bomberman. I played a visual novel on here that I really enjoyed recently, and I'm trying to remember what it was or who made it or how to get back to it. What set of search terms did I put in? That looks cute. That got me this shit. Damn it. How do I look at games I've played? Is there a way to like search for specifically games I have played? God damn it. Like a history button maybe? I don't know. I played some cool Yuri games on there recently.
A pretty strong standalone gag, and it doesn't really strike me as being the sort of place a meme reference would flow naturally. In fact, having that
Never Knows Best, thank you for joining the Do Witchcraft tier.
reference would undercut the real punchline. Imagine if Miyako pulled out a perfectly round green ball like the cabbage from that post. I think that would just be too many layers at once. Throwing in unrelated reference humor over an already solid gag just muddles the whole thing. As far as I'm aware, Hidamari's sketch doesn't contain any notable reference humor to other contemporary anime. Now, if this were another 2007 slice of life comedy, Lucky Star, then I'd be much more confident in saying this were an intentional reference, since that show is full of callbacks to the otaku culture and memes of the day. But but Hidamari's sketch not so much, so as far as I'm concerned, this is more likely to just be a coincidence. So that was all I really cared about at first. I just wanted to clarify that we can't say for certain whether or not the cabbage from Hidamari's sketch was actually supposed to reference the poorly animated cabbage incident, although I did want to check that the timelines lined up. So hey, where does this poorly animated cabbage come from in the first place? The Tumblr post just refers to it as some harem anime way back in the day. But as it turns out, the source is a show called Yoake Mae Yori Duri Irona Crescent Love, sometimes shortened to Yoakena. English title, Brighter Than the Dawning Blue. This is a show from 2006, so yep, the timelines line up with both Hidamari's sketch and Hayate the Combat Butler airing in 2007. In fact, even on the Wikipedia page for the show, they mention the cabbage incident, noting how Futaba channel users back in the day made jokes about it, calling the show Yoake Mae Yori Kimidori Irona, Cabbage Love, which translates to brighter than the dawning green instead of brighter than the dawning blue, which I think is kind of funny. They even linked an archived Futaba thread, and yep, there's a bunch of dudes in 2006 making ASCII art of the cabbage from the episode. A little bit more research reveals that indeed this
bird. I guess I'll leave this on.
Was somewhat of a meme in Japan, referred to as the Kabetsu Jiken, the cabbage incident, held up as one of the major examples of Sakuga Hokai, which means something like artwork collapse. Almost identically, this was also a thing in the West. Users on 4chan's A board would use the word quality in all caps as a mimetic term to refer to animation failures, and the quality cabbage was one of the more commonly memed on examples. In Glass Reflection's video on this subject, he says that according to rumor, the studio had to make a public apology for the animation failure. While the English Wikipedia page doesn't mention this, the Japanese version does, attributing it to the January 2007 issue of Megami magazine, but it doesn't give a source. I wanted to confirm this for myself and find the original apology statement, so after digging around in ancient Japanese blogs for far longer than any reasonable person should, I managed to track down what seems to be an image of the original statement itself as it appeared in Megami magazine, on a blog post where someone's laughing about the fact that such an absurd apology had to be made. Although that blog post is dated the 30th of November 2006, the post itself attributes the image saying, by the way, the page in question is page 99 on the January issue of Megami magazine. Via Google Translate, the post is in Japanese, so I'm assuming that the post is dated wrong. The statement itself is a short paragraph which, plugged into Google Translate, says, "The cabbage incident surrounding Yoakena has been causing a stir in the streets, and first of all we would like to apologize to all users for the inconvenience caused regarding this broadcast. Now, the first volume of the Yoakena DVD will be released on December the 22nd, and naturally it will be the complete version with additional retakes. Episode 3 will have nearly 200 retakes. The original illustrations by Beck Kanko included in the first edition are a must-see." Although this blogger responded that no one thought it was a bother, in fact, it was a blast, which seems generally in line with the Japanese reception as I've seen it. That is to say, rather than being mad, they just thought it was funny. So it seems like Bandai used this hubbub about the Sakuga Hokai as a way to market the DVDs, or at least tried to. This also adds some additional context to our original Tumblr post. Rather than being fixed for the international release, it was just a regular DVD release. This is a pretty common occurrence. It's fairly typical.
What a sweet and nice call. He was just like, how are you doing? I was like, I'm live streaming! Glass Reflections jump scare. I'm still traumatized by that decade-old Kill La Kill review. She even gets a badass moment of awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that was classic. Oh, my lord. Okay. Let us continue.
For shows to get up.
Did I miss anything I needed to see in that? Did I miss important context just there while I was pissing?
Dated animation for their DVD releases, since the main hurdle of anime production is actually time rather than money. While Western cartoons...
I didn't mention that I also pissed, but that also happened. In case that was confusing why I said that.
...are fully completed long before they're scheduled to air, anime productions keep on working right up until the wire, sometimes even having to deliver their broadcast cut to the TV just barely before their scheduled slot. There's one more image in the original Tumblr post which requires a little bit of further investigation. The complaint apparently in a paper. What is this picture? Some reverse image searching eventually led me to a website called akibablog.net and a post from the 24th of October 2006, documenting a display at the shop Two Top. Two Top was a computer parts store in Akihabara, Tokyo, although it seems now it's merged with neighboring stores and no longer exists as an independent entity. From the 2006 quality image, it seems to be a sheet of paper stuck to a pole in the store, with text and side-by-side images. The top row shows the quality cabbage on one side next to a real image of a cabbage, with text advertising new LG monitors. Google translated, it says, LG Electronics proprietary F-Engine DFC digital fine contrast function achieves a maximum contrast ratio of 1400 to 1. Below that, the quality cabbage is labeled low contrast video image, while the real cabbage is labeled high contrast video image. So this sign is actually a joke referencing the then contemporary cabbage meme, implying that a new LG monitor can
1280 by 1024 though.
Improve the quality of bad animation. Honestly, that's pretty funny. Underneath it is the same text, but rather than
when was this resolution ever like a thing?
In a cabbage, it's comparing a character from the show, Fina Fam Earthlight, on one side against her sprite from the visual novel the show is based on the other side, again implying the show looks like shit. So I feel like we've mostly cleared everything up with this post now. We know the context behind all the images, the fact that the cabbage was
Fucktus45 says, do you think they'll ever release the Epstein files or just keep bullshitting forever? I think I mean, right now, all I've been hearing about is how Donald Trump sucked Bill Clinton's dick. I don't know how much more information can change my perception of... I already know what happened on the fucking island, alright? I already know what happened. They can release the fucking Epstein files or not. We know what happened. We know who was there. We know what they did. Yes, they'll release them eventually, the same way they released the documents that said the FBI killed fucking MLK like 60 years later. They'll do that. 60 years later. When everyone who's named in the documents are dead, they'll be released.
It was a meme in Japan and in the West in a similar context, that it was...
Do I think Trump did a good job sucking the presidential dick? Do I think he swallowed? I think he probably did a good job based on all the clips I've seen that are highlighting his, his little his little cock dances he's always doing and stuff, and all the weird like throaty motions he's been doing on stage. I've been getting the impression that Donald may have decent experience in the field.
Referenced in a story in Akihabara as well as in Hayate the Combat Butler, but we don't know for sure whether the moment from Hidamari's sketch was supposed to be a reference or not. I lean more on the side of not. We also know about the public apology in Megami magazine, and of course what the cabbage is and where it's from. All that's left is to wrap up this video with some brief historical context about how the boom in the quantity of anime productions around this era in the mid-2000s outstripped the labor supply of Japanese animators, resulting in more cuts being animated overseas and rushed production cycles leading to problems in quality. Well, that's what I would have said if it wasn't for the fact that, just for completeness' sake, I decided to check out the visual novel this whole thing is based on. You see, I have used a clever trick. I have sucked you in with a framing device about a poorly animated cabbage so that I can actually talk about a visual novel from 20 years ago. Hell yeah!
How could you do this to me? I don't even know what happens in the visual novels I'm already supposed to know and care about. You can't just go introducing me to whole new fucking visual novels with complicated names I've never fucking heard of. This isn't even... No, I can't even remember the name of the one I was going to joke about. Fruit of Grisaya. This isn't even that. This is some other fucking weird thing with a long name I've never heard of. How could you do this to me? Sarah, is that for real? Trump's been blasting Phantom of the Opera in the White House. It is indeed very I'm upset and gay coded. Unbelievable.
Now, Yoakana is a Bishoujo game from 2005, and it's not really a text that was ever intended for a general audience. It was created by and for a niche of otaku who are immersed in otaku.
Fucktus45 said, I heard they're making a new Boku no Pico set in the White House. That's not funny, but I'll tell you what is. I saw this joke fucking destroyed me. I don't know the name of the stand-up, so apologies for telling your joke without knowing who you are, Mr. Guy, who was on my Instagram. But he was like, there's microplastics are out of control. There's microplastic in semen now. You know, even billionaires' semens are full of microplastic. That's not good. Kids drink that. And I was like, fuck, god damn, Jesus Christ. That's a good one.
Subculture and approach works from an otaku perspective. This is something that can be fairly hard to communicate, and it's one of the major reasons I've held off on making videos about particular works which I enjoy up until this point. Because before even approaching the text, we need to establish a framework which is actually useful for examining otaku media in particular. If we simply treat this like any other text, like a book or a movie, we could probably get some meaningful results, sure, but we'd also come away missing something if we don't contextualize our analysis within something like an otaku way of looking at things. In other words, otaku media is art created for a purpose within a particular cultural mindset. And in order to really get at the work, we have to deal with that mindset. This is where I've run into issues in the past, because it's something which is very vague, informal, and intuitive, and each individual will of course bring their own viewpoint. While there is no unified otaku way—
Yeah, Sarah said, every time I talk about Trump being gay, someone's like, he isn't gay, he's right-wing and racist, and it's like, clearly they just don't know enough gay people. Yeah, they need to go to the South. Like, I think that a lot of liberals, like, have tricked themselves into thinking that, like, all the gay people are in the liberal cities and that the other places are just full of all the non-gays. It's like, no, those are full of the lying gays. There's cities that have honest gays, and there's cities that have lying gays. There's no city with a disproportionately low number of gay people. That's not real. You're either in a town where gay people can be really, really open about it, or where they really are not open about it. But it's not ever a reduction of the number of gay people.
Way of reading, which every otaku can agree on or even thinks about consciously. Still, somehow, there's a distinction to be made between the otaku way of reading and the non-otaku way of reading. Think about it like this. If the only framework you have to analyze the quality of music comes from the academic tradition of the classical world, you're just going to find it really hard to say anything interesting about the 80s DC hardcore punk scene. That's not because the classical framework is bad, it's just fit for a different purpose. Likewise, trying to read a Bishoujo game or watch a slice of life anime as if it were any other novel or TV show will inevitably result in a lackluster analysis. Technically, the same chords and rules of functional harmony apply whether you're critiquing Dvorak or Bad Brains, but the function of the music within a social sign system is completely different. If you go—
Do people think being gay automatically makes you woke? I think it's more like people think that being not woke automatically makes you not gay or something. Like, I don't know. I think there's a significant number of people who always forget about lies. Like, there's a lot of people who just, in the way they go about their life, they forget that people not only can lie, but often lie. Like, it's one of the best things you can do with your mouth to get what you want, you know? Other than blowing Bill Clinton, lying is a great way to get what you want with your mouth. Like, so, you know, it's crazy how few people consider that, like, oh yeah, those people who are like really loudly anti-gay, they're lying. They are gay.
Go into a Minor Threat album expecting the mathematical intricacy of the Goldberg variations, you're just going to be very disappointed in the same way you'd be disappointed.
Sarah said there's also a lot of people who forget about credit card debt. Yeah, that's a good point for, like, how do you make, like, because whenever you see somebody who's like got more than you, you know, like, you're always thinking, like, how can they afford? I wish I could afford that. You can, the same way they can, you know, like, why do you assume that person earned all the money they're spending? That's not normally what happens before someone spends a bunch of money.
Start a mosh pit at a performance of Handel. Along the same lines, if you go into Magipoka expecting Breaking Bad, you're gonna have a bad time. And you'd also have a bad time trying to find moe characters in The Wire. While all of these things are in the same medium of television, like Reagan Youth and Ravel are both technically music, they serve entirely different purposes. And now there is crossover. Sure, you'd have a hard time moshing to Handel, but anyone could go fucking crazy to Shostakovich's String Quartet 8-second movement.
But Let's go. Get down.
In the same way, most otaku media exists somewhere on this
That fucking
sliding
dance,
scale where
though.
it can fulfill the social purpose of both otaku subculture media and regular narrative fiction. So in the process of undertaking this project, I've had to try my best to in some way formalize this otaku way of reading or otaku way of looking at
I
things
don't know
to
that you
inform
had
my
to,
writing.
but
While I don't
alright.
100% agree with his framework, someone who I think gets pretty close to identifying this otaku way is F. Yamada-san from the blog Otaphysica, who has written at length on his theory of the otaku door, or maybe it's otaku michi. I'm not actually sure how it's supposed to be pronounced. The kanji looks like this, and it can be said as door, the same door as the door in Bushido, or michi, and they both mean something like a way or path, but I think michi is more commonly used for physical paths, where door is used for metaphorical paths, but I've definitely heard both terms used to describe both things. I'm gonna pronounce it as otaku door because that seems more likely to me, but if you're better at Japanese than me, or if F. Yamada happens to come across this video, I have to apologize for my terrible Japanese knowledge. Anyway, his theory of producing an otaku reading is based on indulging in morso, delusions or fantasies, via the concept of what he calls kyaratate dokkai, which means something like character building reading comprehension. Quoting him via Google Translate, in order to make fantasy possible, a special or rather otaku-like way of reading a story is required. In this article, I will call this character building reading. This is a term I coined. Normal people read a story as follows. First, there's the story, then there's the character. However, reading in this way makes fantasy impossible. To fantasize, the above order must be reversed. In other words, otaku read a story as if the character comes first, and the story unfolds around that character. They forcibly extract the character from the original story. This leads to every scene in the story being read as providing information about the character, such as a certain character will act this way in this scene. And this is fairly close to how I read an otaku work, although I also believe there's more to it than just this. In order to enjoy something like a pure Nichijou-kei anime or a pure love bishoujo game, it's necessary to have something like this character-first approach. People who don't like these genres can be found saying things like, "It's boring, nothing happens," or deriding otaku with
Sarah said, I don't think Trump is fully in denial. I think he's so racist he's willing to pretend for the sake of getting the power to do his ethnic cleanse. He isn't doing an amazing job at not acting gay. But see, that's the key is that in the conservative mind, like, if you're not gay, you cannot act gay. Because what would be acting gay if you're not gay? And all you have to do is say you're not gay to not be gay, you see. Now, could you turn this cognitive dissonance around on them and be like, okay, well, what about, like, you know, never mind. I'm not going to go through with it. I just think that guys like that don't think that there is such thing as a way that they could behave that would be acting gay. They're just like, well, everything I do is automatically straight, you know, because I'm doing it and I'm straight. And whether or not you agree or disagree with that is really on the individual, I think. But as for Trump being racist, I mean, yeah, probably. I don't think that's like his goal. I really think Trump's goal was always just to be president for as long as possible. Like, that's all he ever wanted, was to be president. And he just, like, says and does whatever will keep things in a way that makes it harder to make him not be president or something, you know. He is as racist as America is racist because he thinks being racist will keep him the presidency, you know. That's what I think it is, more than... I don't think he has sincere thoughts or feelings. Like, I think he just does what he thinks will keep him in power, and that's it. It's not about any type of morality or personal sense of ethics. Are you doing reviews for dollars this stream? Depends. What do you mean by reviews? If we're talking about like requests, like watching requests and stuff. If you want to send some stuff to Cash App or Venmo, that would be awesome, and I'll definitely check out whatever you got for me. But yeah, let me know what kind of review are you looking for. Oh yeah, let's continue this video.
Phrases like, you just watch anything with cute girls in it. But that's because they're expecting the plot to have primacy and move the characters around like puppets. Instead, the appeal can be as simple as just spending more time with these characters. Any sense of things happening is subsumed under character building. Now obviously, things like having a strong narrative or good art will often serve to enhance the character building, so it's not like those things don't bear mentioning, just that they can be overruled by a character you like. There is one extra step which F. Yamada-san also touches upon. He calls it Zokusei Bunseki, or attribute analysis. But this type of thing has been identified as central to otaku culture for a while. Hiroki Azuma calls it database consumption, Trixie called it categorical attraction. It can be found in the usage of the suffix...
I forgot about that! Categorical attraction. That was a weird image to see on screen for a second there also, by the way. Thanks for that. I know you said Trixie, but you don't gotta, you could have just put the, you didn't have to put the thumbnail on there. I forgot about that. Categorical attraction.
Form of the word moe. In the West, moe is generally used to just describe a certain style of character or a certain subgenre of bishoujo-centric otaku-oriented media, and that definition definitely exists in Japan. But one way the term moe is used in Japan...
You want me to critique a 50-page manga one-shot? I could do that. How long do you think it would take to read? My instinct says to charge $20 for that because I'm under the assumption it would take like more than half an hour to read and comment on, but I could be wrong. Yeah, we'll just say that for now.
Japan, which hasn't survived the language barrier, is in suffix form. People will refer to themselves as having a something moe. For example, having a glasses moe means having a categorical attraction to glasses wearing characters. It can also be found in the term fetchy, which is the katakanaization of the word fetish. But fetish in this context isn't necessarily sexual, it just refers to a strong connection with certain attributes. Having a glasses fetish means you have a strong preference for glasses wearing characters prior.
And this to me is the true essence of anime. Like, anime should be about the fetish. It should be about that you're engaged with it because of these incredibly specific things that it's capable to provide you that the real world just doesn't categorically provide, with that kind of regularity.
It's the narrative. You might decide to watch a show
because stories are pointless.
Oh, not because the premise seems interesting or you like the director, but because it has a glasses wearing girl, and just being able to observe a glasses girl character is on its own enough of a hook to keep you interested. Even the term hook actually feels inappropriate here. Hook implies that it's the thing which gets you in at the start, but then other elements keep you there. But a categorical attraction to certain attributes is much stronger than that. It precedes the text as a fundamental aspect of one's subjectivity, and therefore forms and shapes the reading one produces of the text from the get-go. That being said, it's often spurred by a formative experience with an earlier text. You really felt a strong connection with Hanekawa from the Monogatari series, and this led you to developing a glasses moe. It's unclear whether the glasses moe was already there dormant somewhere inside of you and just uncovered and brought to the conscious surface by Hanekawa, or whether it was Hanekawa herself who imbued you with this glasses moe. And this is the key. A categorical attraction is less like a sexual fetish and much closer to an autistic fixation. A train enthusiast may take a trip to a particular station just to mark down a setting of a particular model of locomotive, or a theme park enthusiast might make a journey to a specific park even if it's not particularly good, just because there's a ride there which they haven't ridden yet. This style of thinking more closely resembles the attitude of an otaku who reads through a visual novel they don't even like just because it has a megane one-san. However, as F. Yamada goes on to say, to properly delude oneself, one must go beyond attributes and grasp the subtle charms of each individual character. Someone who can only categorize everything as the same girl with glasses can't possibly be a good otaku. If you can't sense the subtle differences between this girl with glasses and that girl with glasses, you're not an otaku. And this is really the point of attribute.
This is how I feel right now about rappers over the age of 50 and all material that they've created since being 50. That's my fetish right now. All I care, if you're not a rapper over 50 releasing music in current day, I don't really care. But if you are a rapper over 50 releasing music in current day, I need to hear that shit right now.
Analysis. It's not just Hiroki Azuma's database consumption, not just a pure spreadsheet categorization, but precisely categorization in service of the breakdown of that categorization into individual characters. The attribute categorization serves the purpose of being able to say, while this character and this character are both glasses-wearing girl characters, they are different in these ways. With these general principles as a guiding framework, I hope to be able to do justice to the following analysis of an otaku work, but given that this is my first attempt, I suspect I will likely fail to implement my criteria fully. Nonetheless, we must begin anyway to talk about a Japanese erotic video game with the tone simultaneously far.
Everyone in chat, if you listen to hip-hop, let me know who is your favorite rapper over the age of 50. You can Google, to confirm, but they have to be 50. Tell me your favorite over 50 rapper.
Too self-serious and yet lacking any academic rigor or oversight. Yoake mai Yori Ruri Irona, or Yoakena for short, was released in 2005 by Studio August. The game is told from the perspective of protagonist Asagiri Tatsuya living in the far distant future after a brutal war.
The funniest answer for who is your favorite rapper in this particular segment would be Glasses Malone.
War between the Earth and the Moon was so destructive as to set technological and societal progress back to the level it was in around
Varg Vikernes is not a goddamn rapper.
2005. Actually, this bit is a little unclear, but I think more accurately, since the war is supposed to have happened 800 years before our story takes place, it sets society back even further, and it's taken them 800 years to rebuild up until the point where they're at roughly 2005 levels again. Although the Earth and Moon have been at peace since then, it's a tense situation, with both sides still harboring huge distrust towards each other and cross-cultural interactions between Earthlings and Lunarians severely limited. Since the Moon came off slightly better from the war, they maintained a higher degree of technological development, based on so-called lost technology from the previous civilization, hence allowing them to continue to live on the Moon.
Turtle Cosmic, if you want to do that, we can do that. You send me the 20 and just tell me how to find the thing, I guess, because if you send the link through that, I'm just going to have to type the link in. But just let me know where to find it, and yeah, we'll do it. We'll jump in.
Travel between the Earth and the Moon is limited.
Just be prepared, because I'm a harsh critic, so if your comic's even a little bit off, it might be a tough experience. But I don't know. People are usually happy with my critiques, I feel like, so I don't know. I doubt you'll be, depressed. Except for Necromancer. That guy was really not happy with the critiques of his content.
Limited to only diplomatic purposes, from one spaceport on Earth, located in the town of Mitsurugasaki, where our protagonist lives alongside his younger sister Mai.
This looks like Turn A Gundam. A little bit. Just a tiny bit. Because there's a castle town. This looks like the city of Gnosis in Turn A Gundam, where there's the castle with the moat and everything.
Being looked after by their cousin Sayaka. Next door to Tatsuya, Mai, and Sayaka live the Takamizawa family, who run a local Italian restaurant. The daughter of the Takamizawa family, Natsuki, is Tatsuya's close childhood friend, and he works part-time alongside her, her brother, and her dad in the
I'm noticing they have this big-ass Legion of Doom building over here, too.
Italian restaurant. Aside from his parents' absence, leaving him in the care of Sayaka, Tatsuya has been living a pretty normal life, until one day, something absurd happens. The Princess of the Moon, Fina from Earthlight, is coming to stay with them. You see, Sayaka's day job is as deputy director of the Royal Moon Museum in Mitsurugasaki, a museum on Earth all about the moon. It was established by the moon's royal family in order to try and repair cultural wounds left by the war, and thus, Fina is technically the director of the museum. In a quest to learn more about the Earth's culture, she's
You're really going to describe this entire visual novel, aren't you? Well, we're obviously not watching this entire video because it's 2 hours and 37 minutes long. But I'll keep it going for now because I think Turtle Cosmic's going to pay me to read a comic, and we'll just switch over to that.
staying on Earth for a while, and given that Sayaka is one of the few Earthlings she knows well enough through her museum connection, she ends up staying with them, along with her maid Mia. I'm aware that was a lot of information to dump on you at once, but we'll be spending plenty of time in this world with these characters, so don't worry if you didn't catch all of it. Thus, the scene is set for our journey through this visual novel. For those of you who aren't familiar with the mechanical tropes of visual novels, these kinds of games work a little bit like choose-your-own-adventure stories. First, you have the common route.
Like visual novel fucking school suit designs drive me insane. Like, this looks so fucking uncomfortable. It just looks like the least comfortable shirt you could possibly wear. Her skirt's gotta be fucking past her belly. Well, I guess her belly button would be here. So her skirt's like right at her belly button, but her shirt is going like way the fuck down. But it's tight. It's like tight around the hips. Like this would be so awkward to just like move in.
The other routes have in
and her like the way her hip, I don't know, this is
common.
just weird.
Via your
art.
choices in the common route, you'll be sent on one of various character routes. Typically, as is in the case for Yoakina, the character routes are each alternate timelines. Things which happen in one timeline don't affect the others. To play the whole game means completing every route. And just to note, I'm playing the all-ages version of Yoakina, which is based on the PS2 re-release that came out in 2006, 1 year after the original. That version includes 2 bonus heroines, Toyama Midori and Estelle Frisia. That was then ported back to PC in 2009 and re-released as Yoakemai Yori Duri Irona Moonlight Cradle, and that is the version which was fan-translated into English by the group Winter Confetti.
Yeah, I really hate these character designs.
Who released a partial translation in 2013, then one of the translators dumped the rest on Reddit without permission in 2016. I'm playing that version because it's the one that happens to be translated, since my Japanese knowledge is on about the same level as a 4-year-old child.
Not one of you has a favorite rapper over 50 years old? All I got was Varg Vikernes as an answer? Come on. Don't do this to me. Someone must know a rapper over... You know Eminem's 50 years old. You could say Eminem. If you must.
Child from Germany who doesn't speak Japanese. Anyway, Yoakina's layout is as follows. On the first playthrough, no matter what choices you pick, you will always be forced onto Fina's route. Once you finish her route, you unlock the routes for Mai, Natsuki, Mia, Sayaka, Estelle...
There we go,
Midori.
Busta Rhymes.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. Busta Rhymes, I think, is 52 also. He's in the special club of god tier rappers that are exactly as old as hip hop. No, he's 53. Almost. He was born just before hip hop was born. Chuck D gave him the name Busta Rhymes? Huh. Interesting. Yeah. 53, still killing it, still releasing albums. I believe he's put out at least one album since being... Yeah, okay. This would be... So November 24th, 2023, and he was born May 72. So yeah, his last 2 albums both came out since he was 50, and they're solid. You know, I don't know if I've heard Vengeance. Is this out yet? I know I heard the other one. Jadakiss and Eminem. Sure, that's probably pretty good, right?
My nigga Horace kick up a nigga like Chuck Norris. Got some other niggas lost way up in the forest. Hang you up in the honest label. Me and all of my niggas the hardest. Fuck around, be the Nick formerly known as artist.
Yep, that's hard. That was 4 bars, and it was a totally unique flow that I immediately wanted to copy. I heard him doing that. I was like, yeah, I want to do a flow like that. Yep, Aesop will be 50 next year. You haven't heard his last 2 albums? I thought they were they just sound like Aesop Rock album. All of his fucking music sounds exactly the same to me. Every Aesop Rock song. I'll hear a bar, and I'm always expecting the next bar to be another bar I already know because it's the same every time. Look, Mom, I can be an 82er now just like you. I thought you were already pretty good at that. But, yeah, no, good. I mean, this is a project. This is a hell of a project. Definitely deserves to be seen by especially visual novel people. A special race of humans. Good game, bad cabbage. Now I keep thinking of this. Every time I read that, I think, the good kid, bad cabbage. Mass hallucination, baby. Whoa, my take came to life in someone else's video. I've been saying that Rico Nasty was just Playboy Cardi if he could actually rap for a while, and somebody else has now a video called Cardi Sucks, Rico Rules. Hell yeah. This is the kind of thing that makes me feel less alone in this world. When somebody else says what I was thinking but not really saying out loud. I must have said it in like a chat of a live stream once, but that's great. Big agree. It took you a month of 8-hour days like a real job? God damn. What was the hardest part? Was it writing, scripting, or editing for you? Because that is a brutal workload for that. Damn. I'm trying to think, what's like the most effort one of my videos ever took on my end? This one, Your Anime Sucks Sword Online 2 Part 1. I remember this being like a week of working on it each day. But definitely not like 8-hour shifts for a whole week or nothing like that. Astrosaurus Sucks was a lot of writing. Like, there's a few that the writing took a lot. But no, I've never made a video that took nearly that much effort. Like, not even close. 8 hours a day for a month is a lot of work. Oh, that includes reading the visual novel, which took a week on its own. Well, yeah, that'll do ya. Script is 30,000 words. So, like, my Samus vs. Samus audiobook is like 35,000 or something like that, and it's 3 hours 40 minutes. But only the first one have I adapted to video. So it's possible that by the time I have adapted all of Samus vs. Samus into video, it will probably have taken that long. It will probably have been 8 hours of work over the course of a month, but, you know, split across time. But I would say that's, once it's done, then it will be something I worked on that much and for that long. But I don't think there's another one like that. So, you know, much appreciation for the hard work. Maybe I'll throw that video on in the background and finish it at some point. Even though I watch very little content about anime or anime culture, usually because I feel like I already know the stuff, you know. Obviously, I don't know that game, so whatever's interesting or unique about it. Hey, yeah. I want to make videos that are classic era you meets action button. Okay, I can see that. That makes sense. Classic era. It is 10 years ago, so I guess it's old enough to be classics, huh? This is legitimately old enough to be a classic. No, this is 2016 actually. So
around this point is where the editing really starts to lose.
We're close. Next year, this can be a classic. This video's not good, so it's not a classic. This one's not good. This one's good. And Sword Art Online and Analytical Diatribe, we can call that a classic. I think that's probably it, though. I think that's gonna be it for truly classic. This video I don't even agree with anymore. Kuroki Tomoko, that's a 10-year-old video? God damn. This is one of those that still gets views. Like, people are still always finding out about Kuroki Tomoko somehow. The Asterisk War Sucks series, I think, will be a classic once it's 10 years old. I think that's fair. I think if I have classics, they are The Asterisk War Sucks, How to Recognize a Terrible Anime, and The Sword Art Online Analytical Diatribe. Those are pretty classic. Pretty classic. Holy moly, it's been 7 years even since this video. Classic. Classic era Trixie videos got me extremely obsessed with anime for about 2.5 years. That is the life cycle of the anime fan. I think in general. Alright, I've received some money to react to a manga. How do I find it? Cosmic Turtle, how do I find it? Did you send it to me somewhere? Like Discord or something? You linked it in chat. If you linked it in YouTube chat, it probably just got eaten because YouTube chat doesn't like links. But if you just like break it up so that, like, if you were to type it but put spaces between the periods so that it just doesn't function as a link, you could do that, and it'll probably work. I guess there are always new cringy teenagers coming and going. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what my new video, my latest members only video is about. It's called Anime is for Kids, Just Maybe Not Yours. And it's about the idea that, like, pretty much, you know, no matter what anime it is, no matter how, you know, seemingly adult it is, like, there's always going to be like a 14-year-old who is like, this is exactly what they needed right then, you know? And that's always going to be what gets them into anime. And, you know, some people, you're into it for like 2.5 years. You find all the shit you're going to like in that time, and then you move on. Or you are like obsessed with anime and this is what you do now. You know, it's either you're going to spend 2 years on it or you're going to spend forever on it, you know, as your one thing. That did not work. Turtles comic. I don't see it in chat. How would can you just describe how I would find it? Is it like up on a site where I could just like search for it or anything? Or you could send it to me on Discord if you've got that. Or Blue Sky. You started that video before bed, but you're too sleepy to finish it. Yeah, it's it was an idea I had because listening to Versus Wolves, there's a part where John was talking about like having seen Akira at 8 and being like really messed up by it, but also kind of being like glad, and like some of the stuff it made him think about was, you know, like he was glad he did. And so I was kind of extrapolating from that, like, yeah, almost all of us have like something that we saw when we were young that we thought was like too dark. And even though it really messed us up at the time, eventually you come to be like, yeah, but that's like why I like it, you know? Like it ends up being one of your favorite movies when you're old enough to kind of process it. And in that way, anime is always for kids. I don't think I'm in your Discord. Well, do you have Blue Sky? That will work too. Blue, blue, blue. It was a damn good video, says Nisa. Thank you so much. I thought so too. It's not that often anymore that I actually like record and release like immediately one of these members videos, because I've got a bunch of them that I've recorded and then went, I don't really know if this is like well done, and I just throw it away. Or sometimes I'll sit on it for a little bit, or like I'll have the idea and then I'll record it a little bit later. This was one of the few where it's like I had the idea that morning, I sat on it through the day, and then Isabel put out her video about Urotsuki Doji, and I was like, okay, now I have to do this. Like, it's too perfect, you know, for of timing, basically. This one, the banned horror movie that changed anime forever. Let's see what this beat sounds like. Free for profit beats.
Feeling closer than I got to my own self. Next to you, I can be insensitive as all hell. I'm sorry. Make both of us happy. Take it out on my body. Hold me just like I'm your dolly. Rolling on Molly. The first time I realized, I don't know, the beat sounded just enough like that one. That's the song that came into my head. Let's try another beat. Oh shit. Okay. A few rhymes like an excuse to shift flows. Hoes go home mode and droves to the flow switch. Those who know forget they know with the flow drift. Where it goes, go back to home on the home pitch. My new dime's got the juice to mix cold. Bros go homo and bold to the fixed mold. No more growth in the code. Got a blick though. Faux show gonna be the one with the witty quote. I know more than you know, so you switching votes. I go down with the boat and the shippy. Don't rock my Glock without it clocking. Hold on. I go down with the boat and the shippy. Don't rock my gawk without clocking a snippy soap. What the fuck was I on when I wrote this? Won't and don't, and I don't know why they sippy throat. What the fuck are these lyrics? Hold on. I view rhymes like an... Okay, it's supposed to be like, I view rhymes like an excuse to shift flows. Hoes go home mode and droves to the flow switch. Those who know forget they know when the flow drift. Where it goes, go back to home on the home pitch. My new dime's got the juice to mix cold. Bros go home mo and bold to the fixed mold. No more growth, then the code got a blick though. Faux show gon' be the one with the witty quote. Already half these lyrics don't make sense. I know more than you know, so you switching votes. I go down with the boat and the shippy. Don't rock my gawk without clocking a snippy soap. Won't and don't, and I don't know why they sippy throat. Clippy don't with the clicky Glock. Picky pocket stuck a finger in a sticky socket, lingered in a wiki stock, and singers wish he would be with a stock super rock Tupac 2 box. Hold on. That's super rock Tupac. 2 as in T-O-O, Bach as in Sebastian Bach. 2 box, T-W-O-B-O-X. Super Rock Tupac 2 box. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking when I wrote this. The fuck? Clippy don't do it. I'm literally talking about Clippy, the you know, the little paperclip guy. Clippy don't do it. What the fuck? It's not often that I read my own lyrics I wrote like a couple days ago, and I'm like, not only do I barely remember writing this, but I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about. Oh boy. Bisky won't let you message me? God damn it. Just send it to me as an @. I'll find you and follow you. You also posted the name of the website. Wait, maybe I missed that. I don't think it's on Manga Plus Create. Okay. Sorry, I just missed that. Manga Plus Creators Starcatcher. Okay.
This one? Yep, Modi. All right, let's do it. Okay. I like this. I like this. This is giving immediately Yoshitaka Amino. Something about this dude. She's a little more, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the hand is like too close. You know? I think her arm needed to be a little farther out, but this guy looks great. Nexus Military Station. After the discovery of an intruder, Nexus Station has been thrown into chaos. Woo, woo, woo. I like this. It looks kind of like a ColecoVision game or something, like an old video game, like Asteroids, like old arcade Asteroids. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Krista Kostura has stolen the blueprints. Capture her immediately. Oh, these are all lady, or at least that one's a lady. Okay, so a few of them are not. Some of them got titties. Firefly, do you copy? FS Firefly. Copy, Krista. What's your status? I like her face. They all look really intense. They look like they just saw some shit. I managed to get the blueprints, but my cover is blown. You guys should leave without me. Hell no. Not happening. How far are you from the nearest exit? I could get to the cargo hold in 15 minutes if they don't capture me first. Capture the great Krista Kostura? Impossible. I'll pick you up at the cargo hold. Absolutely not. Are you insane? Do you plan to fight their entire fleet by yourself? So, a criticism I have, these are all like borderline the same image of her like in this like kind of action pose, but she's like on the phone. Like, I feel maybe if there was like a sense of, I don't know, it just seems like an awkward way to be like standing for like a whole minute while you're having a conversation like this, you know? It feels weird that she hasn't shifted position at all between those three panels. I'll see you in 15 minutes, Krista. No discussion. Over. Crazy bastard. Here's the plan, guys. Now this is very much looking like Asteroids. I'll go out in my fighter jet and engage the enemy fleet. While I have them distracted, you guys fly around behind them where their defense will be weak. Or maybe Space Invaders. After I get past the fleet, I'll pick up Krista. Then you'll pick me up and we can warp out of here. Ash, 15 minutes is cutting it close, and that's assuming you survive. I know. That's why I'm dropping the ammo from the jet. You're going unarmed? Have you lost your mind? I need to fly as fast as possible, and the ammo weighs too much. Haha, he is insane. Fine, but Ash, don't forget who we're going up against. I know. Like it's a flip because he like turned quickly, I guess? Like he's turning away from him. I think you needed to have, I think if he was here, like if his face was there, and so it was like he was looking at him and then turning away dramatically, that would make a little more sense. It kind of feels like he's, like there's no real purpose for why he's turning. It's going flip. Nexus Command Deck. We have a report, Commander. Go ahead. Kotsura appears to be headed for the cargo hold, and we've detected a jet approaching from 9 o'clock high. We believe it's Ash's Atlas. To think your former classmates would rebel against the Republic. There's one more thing, sir. What is it? Our intel says Ash's jet is unarmed. You definitely have a way of drawing people looking like extra intense. This man looks like he is about to fire lasers through my soul with his eyeballs. Unarmed? Yes, sir. Ash Atlas, arrogant as ever. Lieutenant Dior, Lieutenant Nacer. You know what? This is kind of like the plot of Metroid Other M, actually. Yes, sir. Our orders are to capture Ash Atlas and Krista Kostura, preferably alive, but if that proves impossible, I'll accept them dead. I trust you will not be impaired by any lingering attachments. No, sir. Wait. So these three want to save their friend who's gone in bad, right? Wait. Am I comprehending this? She's Krista. Okay, hold on. Krista capturing Ash Atlas and Krista Kostura, and he's like, I don't care if they're dead, and I assume you all won't be impaired by lingering attachments. And it's like, I thought they were sticking their necks out to save this person, though. Like, I thought up here they're going, oh, this idiot, we gotta go rescue her. And then it seems like they're telling him about that, and he's like, no, fuck that, go kill her or take her back dead or alive. I don't care. Is that what's happening? Is he telling them, like, you can kill that bitch because she fucked up? Like, or, like, you know, don't let the fact that she's your friend, like, obviate the fact that she fucked up and now you gotta take her out? 2 years ago, Space Cadet Academy. Consider the following mission scenario. Your squad mate is hit by enemy fire. If you leave them behind, you can complete the mission, but if you save them, the mission is a failure. Which do you choose? Yes, Kostura. Well, you save your squad mate, right? Are you sure about that? Okay, I guess this is answering my question through a flashback, through establishing the morality of this operation. No, you put the mission first and leave the squad mate behind. Pff, boring. Boring. Yeah, if you're awesome like me, you can save your squad mate and accomplish the mission. Sometimes achieving both is simply not possible. They made a whole game about this. You ever played Mass Effect? Nothing's impossible. There's always a way. One day you'll regret that mentality. 1 month later at Grey Wolf Mountain. Today you will climb this mountain. This will be the final trial of your exam. Oh, it's the tuning exams now. The purpose of this trial is to test your teamwork. So we've bound each of you to a partner. Oh no, it's extra tuning. Well, I don't actually know if this happens in the tuning exams, now I think about it. I know it happens in Mashal? I think Mashal did in their version of the tuning exams, having everybody tied together. I know there's a shonen anime that did this in a tuning exam type context. Your score will be determined by how fast you can climb the mountain. If you want to move faster, you are allowed to sever the bond with your partner, but if you do so, points will be deducted. Only the 10 highest scoring students will pass the test. Any questions? Nope. Good, move out. Just keep shooting. We need to wear down her force field. We can't let her pass. Shut the cargo hold. Her power is at 10%. Okay, so she's got like a thing on her arm that tells her her power. And she's got finger bullets. Okay, she's doing flips and shit. Riding on a dolphin, getting everybody all wet. Okay, now we got him being fired on, dodging bullets. Keep shooting. We can't allow Atlas to reach the stations. He's too fast. I can't get a lock on. Attention all units. Fall back immediately. Ash Atlas is mine. This is stupid even for you, Ash. Dion, long time no see. This is a good speed. At this rate, we'll definitely win the race. Yeah, but the other teams aren't too far behind. Come on, let's pick up the pace. Snap. Crash. Shit, a trap. Oh, he's like grabbing onto the soil. Is he also like standing on the edge? Like, is that the idea? Is that they're like... I mean, this dude should just be fault. Like, he should be arranged vertically. His legs should... Unless they're both standing on the wall. Is that the idea? Is that they're like standing on the... Otherwise, he should be like in fall position. Think you can pull us up? Sorry, Ash. Fucking abandon your ass. Cut him loose. That can't be the assignment. Oof. Like I said before, the other teams are hot on our heels. I can't afford to waste time here. Do you even win if only one person makes it, though? Cargo. She looks so tiny. It's all massive. Jax, do you copy? Loud and clear. What's your status? I'm in the cargo hold. Can you hack in and open the exit? I already tried, but you have to open it from the inside. There should be a remote in there somewhere. Remote? Looking for this? Oh, you cunt. Samira, give me that remote now. Sheesh, is that how you greet an old classmate? Don't make me take it from you. Haha, go ahead and try. I'm humble enough to admit I can't take you in close combat. I'll just keep a nice healthy distance. Trust me, you don't want to do this. Oh, but I think I do. Hey, what's that up there? Hello, anyone out there? He got caught in a trap. Sounds like Ash. Maybe we should... Don't even think about it. This is a race, remember? Just keep going. He can handle himself. Yeah, you're right. Ha ha ha. You know I can hear you, right? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Shit. Rock slide! Run! Wait, we have to help Ash. He'll be fine. Let's go. Samira, he could really die. Krista, we don't have time for this. You're right. You know what this reminds me of? I finally clicked in my brain. I was like, this art style, there's something that this feels like. And it's Shingeki no Kyojin. It's Attack on Titan. And it's because everyone looks really intense all of the time. And that's how Attack on Titan feels. It's like this level of like intensity. Just keep the pressure on. Ash's goal is to reach the station. The moment he turns toward it, he's mine. Dion's just itching to kill me as soon as I make my move. What should I do? The power core. That's it. You already lost, Krista. All I have to do is keep you here until Ash is eliminated. My job is really easy considering that you're running out of power. Aren't you? Power 5%. Meanwhile, I'm all charged up at 100%. Hey, Jax, can you help me out with something? Sure, what is it? I want you to hide and scheme all you want. It's pointless. I'll have to time this perfectly. I can't let them hit the engine. Now, blam, blam, blam. Steady. You're a sitting duck. Now. Crash. Whoosh. Shit. Got him. Power 1%. Please be enough. Alright, she's got a super charged up Samus beam. Heh, nice try, I guess. I have to admit I expected better from you. That shot was kind of desperate. Do it now, Jax. Whoa. Where'd you go, Ash? There, you gave it a good shot, but it's over now. Lieutenant Dior, what is it? We've observed Ash Atlas running across the roof of the cargo hold. What? Oh, he going. Not too bad, Krista. Let me guess. You had Jax deactivate the gravitational field. Her only goal is to steal the remote. Now she can hide behind a crate and sneak up on me. I need to... Whoa! Shit, that was close. I need to find a good vantage point before she comes back. The window. What's your move now, Krista? Any direction you come from, I'll see it clearly. Jax, reactivate the gravity. Now! Uh-oh. Slam. Feeling comfortable? Good thing you have that force field. How about I relieve you of that remote on your hip? Don't get any ideas. If you come over here, I'll let the crate fall on both of us. Oh, is that right? What a good little soldier you are. Krista, I'm closing in on your location. What's your status? I'll be out any second now. Pff, any second? Even if this crate crushes me, the remote will get destroyed too. You're not going anywhere. Samira, you've been so preoccupied with what's above you that you forgot what's below. Huh? Crack. Wait, from the start, I really do wish it didn't have to be this way. Why do they have a window on the floor? Ah! Oh, she's on the... Okay, so she was like doing a gravity... Okay, yes, she landed up on that window. Why is the gravity making the block fall that way, though? Like, why wouldn't the gravity coming back on cause the block to fall downward instead of towards her? Like, why is the gravity centered backwards? Oh, hey, there he is, running. I didn't even notice him. He running. Krista, please tell me that wasn't you. No, it was Samira. Honestly, I'm a little worried I made her use up most of her force field power, so she won't last long in open space. But I'll be coming out of the same opening, so be ready. I only have 1% power left, so you'll have to transfer me some of yours. Okay. Damn it. Dion, guess you finally caught me. Pat yourself on the back. It's a great achievement. It's over, Ash. Take one step and I shoot. Krista tells me Samira's out of power. Are you going to leave her to die like you left me? Zip. Shit. All units, attack Ash Atlas. I'll be retrieving Lieutenant Nasri. Thanks for the help, Jax. Can you deactivate the gravity one more time? Sure thing. Oh, fuck. Everything's getting all fucked up. Shit, I'm gonna be too late. Huh? Ash? Watch out. Okay, so this is back. Yeah. Thank you, Krista. You saved my life. Ash and Krista failed the trial. Years later, they defected from the military. All right, Ash, we're here. Your distraction worked like a charm. Their defense on this side was so weak. They're about to start shooting. I'll try to provide cover. Thanks. Power 95%. I can only afford to take one hit from those fighter jets and it'll send me flying, but maybe I can use that to my advantage. Zip, zip, zip. Grr. Whew. Giselle, get us the hell out of here. Way ahead of you. And that was that. We did it, gang. We made it. Starcatcher. Hey, taper clips here. Hell yeah. Jax can change the direction of the gravity. Okay, I see. All right. So in terms of critiques, my biggest issue, your art comes off very samey between panels. I mean, even just these two characters are making so close to the exact same expression and facing the same direction that it reads like unintentionally close to like a copy paste. And I know it's literally not that, but it is astoundingly similar. And so I do think that, and granted, you know, anime same faciness is like a commonplace problem, but it's more that the characters all kind of have the same expressions, and again, a lot of having like a character facing the same way like 5 different panels in a row, which just kind of feels stiff. You know, like seeing like this could have been one panel. You know, like it did, the fact that it is 2 but she's making almost the exact same face just feels, it makes the whole thing feel more stiff, you know. I really appreciate how much actually happens in here and that I could tell what was happening most of the time. Like, I can tell that you are not the most experienced of drawing, like, people or action or anything, but you were determined. You know, like, the determination, I feel that. I think this is, like, it is a functional comic. In that sense, it's not broken. Like, I would expect it to be broken if your art is like not the best, but you are able to communicate a surprising amount of like relatively complicated visual ideas in a very simplistic way. And I like that. I like that you drew on like old school video gamey artwork and stuff. Easily my biggest complaint about this story is that it is just incredibly generic as like a starting of a shonen manga. Like, this feels exactly like reading somewhere between, like, for some reason the tone reminds me of Ju-Osei. I don't know if you've ever heard of that anime. It very much was reminding me of, like, a lot of 70s sci-fi anime. Ju-Osei came to mind, or, like, They Were 11. But especially an anime called Pilot Candidate. And in this case, I'm going to levy basically the same criticism at your comic that I have for this show, which is that when this used to be on Cartoon Network, like right at the start of Adult Swim. Right when Adult Swim first began, they had this show, Pilot Candidate, and the idea is that it's like all of these like pilot kids being trained in like this really aggressive program to see who's going to be the pilot of the goddess mech. And so there's a similar kind of air of like the characters are like working together, but they're also competitive. And like the biggest problem I always have with this show is I could not figure out who was I supposed to like or care about. Like I could never figure out what character am I supposed to be like projecting onto, who, like what is their goal other than to be the goddess. Like it was really unclear if like if they're working for the good guys or the bad guys, you know? Like in this comic of yours I just read, who are these guys? Like, what are they doing? Those questions are never answered. We learn a lot about the relationships of the characters and how they see their place in this group. Like, the main theme being explored by your comic is this idea of, should you abandon your partner in favor of completing the mission, or is your partner more important than the mission? And they're being explicitly told that they should abandon their partner. That's the coda. But like, is that really morally righteous or not is what the comic is kind of asking. Like, should these characters be more, should they be more, I know you're saying you should check out, you said I have to check out Pilot Candidate now, it sounds lit. It was not lit. Unfortunately, like, I mean, from what I remember, maybe it's a lot better than I remember as a kid. When I was a kid, I almost never could stay awake through this show to make it to the back half of Adult Swim. I would get to this, and every time it put me to sleep. I think part of it also is that it's very much like a Pretty Boys show, and so I think that maybe it was like too, like made me feel too gay when I was like 10, and I was like, awkwardly kind of putting it off of like, ooh, I don't know about the way this makes me feel. But, I remember it being like really boring and mostly characters standing around talk, like not even as much action as was in your comic. It just tonally was similar in that it was like a bunch of young people doing like, these kind of trials and tests or whatever, but I could never sense of like, what are they training for? Like, what is the goddess supposed to do? And maybe I just hadn't seen the episodes in the right order or whatever, but I was constantly lost watching this show. And I didn't feel lost reading your comic in as much as I felt like, I don't know if I don't know who I'm supposed to be rooting for. Like, am I supposed to be rooting for the guy who got abandoned in the trench because he had the right ideas, but he never really got to make good on them, I guess? The girl saved him from the trench, so she's obviously a good guy. She's like the main character. So I assume I'm rooting for her because she's in like a main character position and she seems to be like the most empathetic. But again, I don't know if she's right or wrong to be the way she is. I don't know if the guys in charge are supposed to be good guys or bad guys, or if we're supposed to be like questioning that moral. Like, it felt like your comic was saying that the teachers are telling them the wrong thing, that like what they're being taught is bad. And so these kids are going to rebel against their teachings and do the right thing and be badasses who are going to save everyone and accomplish the mission. And like, that's what it feels like it's supposed to be, is like an otaku hero type, because that's what I consider an otaku hero, somebody who thinks I can save everyone, nobody has to die. So I was getting that, like, that the heroes of this story are people who think, no, I can save the day and nobody's going to die and I'm going to do everything. And the story is going to be about challenging that notion. Can you really, is anyone really that badass? So yeah, that theme I think came through clearly. But again, the confusion was more so like, but what are they being trained to do? And is that a good thing or a bad thing? Are they being trained to be heroes and they're just being like, that this organization's idea of what is a hero is different from the young people's idea? Or are they being trained just like in a military setting that's just very strictly like, we're getting the mission accomplished and it's nothing to do with like if we're good guys or bad guys? I don't know. I felt like I wanted a little bit more understanding of like, who are these individuals and why do I want to follow them? You'll never write a story that challenges that notion. Okay. So it's definitely, the message is like, no, you're supposed to save your friends. Like, that is the point of your story, is like, don't listen to the guy telling you not to go back for your friends. Save your friends. I definitely think that if that like theme is something that just like resonates with you super hard, it's inevitably going to keep coming through You know, whether it's more of this story, another story, like you're always going to have that, you know, in there. And it's good to have something you care about that strongly thematically, because that creates a voice in your work that, like, you know, for audience members, like if that theme is something they connect with, the comic's going to mean more, you know, every time. I think I don't think you should ever listen to someone else's creative advice. You should just do what you want to do. But if I had to give any, it would be to go more visually abstract, because I feel that while I could understand what was happening in your comic, I feel like you could leverage your strengths as an illustrator by just not tasking yourself to try to make things look quite so realistic or anatomical. Again, if that's just your style and that's just how you want to draw, it'll just be a matter of getting better at it. Practice figure drawing all the time, you know. But like, personally, because I can't draw for shit, I try to make my comics like a bunch of aliens, you know. Like, I just draw non-human characters, or I draw like characters with really ridiculous proportions so that I can draw it and it will look like something and not like a, you know, like an off version of something else. And like, I would say your character designs, they feel, again, stiff is the word that comes into my head. Just that it feels like you just don't have a lot of experience drawing people in their full form before this. Like, you were getting practice in drawing this comic, and that is, again, fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with releasing a comic that you're not expecting to be the best comic you've ever made, you know? Like, I am all in favor of people releasing and getting better and getting better. But yeah, like, if you want to draw more comics with humans, I do think you're going to have to do more figure studies, and otherwise just draw something more abstract. But yeah, that's the only thing. Just more like think about how dynamically these characters are posed, right? The fact that like both of his legs are facing different directions, he's kind of forming a star, like he's forming a 5-point star with the way he's posed. Or like, even though she's in more of a straight up, like up and down pose, you've got the arm out, which is causing her back to arch in, and also her hair's doing this thing that gives her like a silhouette that's very distinct. She's doing like a, I don't know, this pose doesn't even make sense. It just looks good, you know, like this is like not even anatomically sensical, but you know, it's just about giving it that little bit of wideness, that little like bit of gesticulation, you know. There's a, like this moment here, like I appreciate that these two are standing at attention, so they've got their arms at their sides, but they're also like practically yelling, right? So it's like a, oh, hello, I am talking to you, you know, and like that level of stiffness is right because it's military, right? But it doesn't feel distinct enough from other shots to make it like very pointed, like this shot is stiff and these ones are not stiff. Like, this is kind of interesting. I'm trying to find a good example of one where I could easily describe how I would change the pose. Well, sometimes it's really just more a matter of logic, but yeah, I guess it's just a matter of like incorporating more like foreshortening and stuff into drawing the people. But yeah, all I can imagine that would possibly help is just committing to figure drawing, like lots and lots of figure drawing. That's the main way you get better at drawing people. Just get one of those little posable like wooden guys, the little like little wooden mannequin dudes, and you can put them in any pose and just and put different lights on it to reflect what kind of lighting you're trying to get and stuff like that. But yeah, definitely keep drawing comics. Keep it going. Keep it going. Drawing comics is it's a good way to live. I'll follow you back on Bisky. All right, we've been streaming almost 5 fucking hours now. I think I'm probably gonna wrap it soon. It's 12:46. Whoa, Modi, you double paid me for that. Did you intend to do that? You didn't? Ooh. Well, you can probably cancel one of those before I do any transfers or whatever, I think. Is that a thing? You sent me $20 twice, so I'm trying to figure out if there's a way for me to, like, send it back or, like, cancel the last one. Refund. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to refund you that that extra. There we go. Not trying to bankrupt nobody here on the stream. Cool. Well, gang, unless somebody else wants to send me a Cash App or a Venmo right now with something in mind for us to do, then I'm going to go ahead and call it here. And I guess go back to watching Versus Wolves. I need to make myself another pot of coffee. Thank you, everybody who stuck with me through all this. This long morning, long Monday morning, odd time to be streaming, but I truly needed to this morning. Look forward to more Turn A Gundam content coming very soon. Every Thursday, I should say. If you're not already following Nova's anime blog, make sure you do that. How far back do I have to scroll to get to my own videos from other channels? Here we go. Yeah, Turn A Gundam. Subscribe to Nova's anime blog. Catch up on Turn A Gundam. You know, episode 3 analysis will be public on Thursday. The episode 4 analysis will be available for members first on Thursday. It's $2 for a membership to get the episodes early on this channel. Otherwise, if you're already a member on the Golden Witch channel, you get this new video I just put out. Anime is for kids, just maybe not yours. And also you should watch my Metroid series and buy it if you haven't yet. You know, the on Itch.io, and my new album you should listen to.
You creatively describe.
Actually, I'm just gonna put this on and step away for a minute and go make my coffee, and then I'll just come end the stream after I get.
Hey, it's Trixie.
Aha, really?
Just a shorty with a massive fucking threat, or I bet on a Trixie beat down like beautiful sunsets in California.
That's too much, too quick. I like it though. Let me get used to your voice.
But here's my real story.
Okay. Let's go.
Cryptic, chaotic, and crass. Can you creatively describe my ass? I got past security, running with all of my steam like Bronson in a lucid dream. At the 44 tablets of mescaline and another fofo just to laugh Jay-Z. I'm amazing. I feel like $1 million. Buy me grills in a Toyota truck. I'd like a Hilux, loaded Lux with a loaded butt. He spray, I spray, we bust. Here come another cum load. End of the road for you hoes when I unload. Centerfold pose maxim with a maximum tomato. Undebatable, the best on hype. Breast on mic, cold hard nipple. Got JoJo Ripple in my stand. It's the Mars Volta. My stance is a revolta. My lance never be holstered. Glancing your molten like a Nazi. Looking at the Ark of the Covenant. I did not see, didn't covet it. Better than man. I would be the best white rapper if it wasn't for my killer suntan. More than a fan or a journalist. True MC, cause I murdered this beat and you still acting like you never heard of me. Bitch,
earth like I rule this galaxy. Fallacies, spilling out of ops and enemies. So sad to see, bad for these people that'll soon be dead. But it's all looking good for me, soon you'll see. Trixie 2028 is your favorite presidency. My residency is epic and lasting. Intermittent fasting, outer city trapping, repping even when I'm not passing. Domain expansion, Scarlet Devil Mansion, Pony Charles Manson, bars on Sanction, bars on Sanction, Pony Charles Manson, Pony Charles Manson, bars on Sanction, domain expansion, Scarlet Devil Mansion, bars on Sanction, bars on Sanction, domain expansion, Scarlet Devil Mansion, Pony Charles Manson, bars on Sanction, 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 domain expansion, Scarlet Devil Mansion, Pony Charles Manson, bars on Sanction.
This one takes me way, way, way back. Who am I? Tell me again. That's the one. Walking around Milwaukee, Wisconsin with a constant Bronson swagger, shattering offense and blathering wit, spitting out rounded rhymes like I sanded it down to a sphere for a bedpost. I get the most weird looks and write the most queer books, and I've read the Fed posts. Dead poet, my flow is necromantic, so enchanted like the Black Forest, and of course I always go ham. Make your freaky ass a fan. I am not glam. Dressed like a bitch, wanna live in the mountains, riding the tree from the fountain and seeing how many towns I can map in my crown. Frowns flip around when my sound carries. Carrion crows carrying me, Marion berries. Fairy is free and the sea isn't scary with the wariness to heat and sea legs. I beg of thee to concede to the weather and airiness. Allow this heir apparent not to be remiss. And if you shoot up at the miss, you shouldn't miss. Trixie gets fucking pissed. Summer and winter and the seams between them seem to spread, encompassing a compass on an earth without an edge. An underwater birth entrenched to shooting through canal, navally postnatal and fatally post-cradle waterfowl on the bow of the mothership. I wept when it became too cold on winter mornings. I just slept, ineptitude is haunting and the truth is ever vast. If you kept it all inside, it's time to nuke it, have a blast.
Have a good morning, everybody.
On the bow of the mothership I wept. When it became too cold on winter mornings I just slept. Ineptitude is haunting and the truth is ever fast. If you kept it all inside